with that. Sheer force being, minutes say I might be fire, but I'm lazy as can be, and I'm spitting like a pneumo. What you talking about, cuz? From the future, like a Mayan leaf, top Horizon 19. Lando, Genie, NATO, Therian, set a mock duel like the Manadin. Two bands make a choice tactics, for the style, you can say that I'm a goddamn Galarian. Yeah, saying true when my fans brewed up a sample. Benerican, Jerry Ann, sipping on my sand brew. So much dirty Sprite, you can say I'm jams. You'll never get it, cause he never been a good example. Invisible like a man, bitch, I never been around like I'm dad, but I'm coming back home, then everyone goes, oh no, dad's home, here comes yet another dono from Castle. Shifting in the gear like I'm Jawbull, strong jaw crunch on these motherfuckers looking for a brawl like Declan. About a deck, all the people that have got me with the claw. We ain't taking any draws like you a winner or a goner. Like all the times you done lost 2 miles and his daughter. Send you to the jungle like I'm General Rusha. Just left, but we still next up. Crimson out, could trace the way I be hitting you with thunder. Bug spirit swarming you with honey, get your money up. Slop chucking cannonballs, murdering your grandson. David, well I guess that he's blessed as a real one. Talk about the grub, bussin'. Put up to the club, muffin. Who's on that DJ? Spunky. What he gonna do? He done it. Bitch, I'm like Gazer the way I be luckin'. But I ain't toasty cause I'm not a dumb shit. Not like Lawrence, I don't be running. Not like Nickel, I don't be spending. Not like Zenith, I'm not complaining. Not like Marissa, I'm not K-fanning. Not like Jason, I don't be gaming. Not like Tasty, wait, I am Tasty. What's up, y'all? How is everybody doing? Make sure not to put the background music too high. Welcome back to Chat Makes a Pokemon Fan Game, y'all. We streamed yesterday. Yesterday was a great stream. I had so much fun yesterday. I had more fun than you guys yesterday. I was loving what we were doing. And I actually did some more too. So I got some really cool stuff to show you guys on top of everything that we did yesterday, including, oh my god, you guys aren't even ready for what I did. You guys aren't even ready for it. It is so peak, and it is half my idea, half someone else's idea. I had the idea to do it, but then someone else also was like, yo, this would be cool. And I was like, I was thinking the same thing. So really excited to show you guys that here in just a second. Let me go ahead and pull up stream chat though. Yo, how's everybody doing? Yo, Tam Valley. What's up, dude? What's up, Tam? What's up, Sojin Miles? Dragonbone Wolves, Redstonian, Fancy. We got Deca Chat in here too. That's crazy, bro. Crazy. I see you, Elixir, or Rodrigo. We got Granola in here, Tint in here, Pick Norma Spanda, Waffle Raptor, Gazer, CT, Trevi. How you guys doing? How you guys doing? Harry TDK too. Harry made it too. What's it? Let's go, Harry. Thanks for popping in. Like usual, streams are the most important part of Pokemon Potassium to everybody that makes it to stream here and there whenever they can. That's how this game is made, y'all. Y'all are the true developers for Pokemon Potassium. The one and only true developers. I appreciate every single one of you guys. You guys are awesome. Thanks for popping in. And we're gonna have a great day today, y'all. Doing a lot more intriguing stuff rather than just landscaping, I guess. Let me go ahead and pop in and show you guys something that I did. You the real dev? Not really. Not really. You guys are not ready for this. Listen to the music. It is very important that you listen to the music. Alright. So as we know, there are multiple layers of diving, right? I hope the music isn't too loud. I don't think it is. It might be a little too loud. Let me put it down just a little bit. So as we know, Maxim, thanks for making it. Thanks. Good to see you here, bro. Back to back. So we know there's music, right? And we also know that we walk over these areas, or we, I guess, dive over these areas, and we can dive even deeper, right? But I'm sure you guys are wondering what's stopping us from going further. I'll tell you what's stopping us from going further. You'll randomly get an encounter. This is like our version of the Kecleons for Mystery Dungeon. Instant Omni Boost off the rip.
And you can't run. And you can't run. And you can't catch it. In other words, this is a bad idea. It is a bad idea. And it is really easy to get lost. Yeah, you do get XP from these guys. That is true. Is there any hidden stuff in here, though? Not right now. Not right now. It's if you guys want to add hidden stuff in here, we theoretically can. See, I can't even find my way back, bro. I'm fucked. I am fucked. Here we go. Okay, I made it. I made it. If you guys want to add hidden stuff in here, you can. But the only thing is that I want to treat this more like my idea originally was to treat that more like something that the player shouldn't do, but they can do. So I didn't want to really reward the player. I wanted it to be like you shouldn't do this. If you want to, you can use it to skip areas. Like, for example, let me show you guys real quick. If we go down here, which I also still need to show you guys the kelp thing. But if we go down here, we're supposed to dive down here and then go across to go up here. So the oil thing. However, you don't have to do that. If you want, you can just do this. You can just go across. However, that is dangerous, of course. So the idea is to basically refrain from doing stuff like that. Because it can be dangerous. And you can wipe very quickly. You can wipe incredibly quickly. Because Omni Boost off the rip, that's no joke. That is no joke. Deep Sea Route borders reaction when I bring a runaway Pokemon. Nah, runaway doesn't work. Runaway doesn't work. They are unskippable battles. You cannot run from them. Another thing that I did as well, I didn't really do much, but I did go ahead and start like doing the kelp forest. And I had a lot of fun with the kelp forest, especially with like using the fans as like little, almost acts as like ledges where you can go one way but not the other. And there's just a lot of room to like put items in here. Even though this looks like a jumbled mess, there is like an actual progression per se. There are little secluded areas that you have to like be very specific about getting to. Like, for example, we have to go around. So there are like some gameplay elements rather than just, you know, being able to go wherever you want. Like, we can't go down this way, if that makes any sense. It just, the fan will block us from going down that way. So when it comes to like doing items and stuff like that, there's a lot that we can do with this little section. And it's also one of the ways that you can get over to this area, the right here where you dive down. So definitely plays a role. But I think also I fixed all the tile bugs over here in the coral area completely. So it actually acts as like a total exactly how we intended it to. Everything's perfect. All the collisions and the priorities on the tiles are perfect. I went ahead and, you know, perfected that. Yay, Safia, what's up? What's up? I'm a huge fan of the coral thing. So back into like actual stream. The oh, way too loud. Way too loud. Sorry, y'all. Back into the actual thing. We, in our map that we made in the last stream, we wanted there to be an eel den right here, right? And it's kind of like a coral castle. In fact, we have, if you guys give me a second, I can pull up the slideshow real quick that, Elixir actually made regarding this. But I created tiles for that. So we should have like a really cool custom tile set to make the area look very unique. It didn't take that long to make those tiles. I think I spent like a little less than an hour on them. It's nothing crazy. But where is Elixir slideshow? Oh yeah, it's in here. Dirty Dur. Which one? Yeah, the Moray Eel's Den. All right, here. back to stream here. The Moray Eel's Den. As you guys can see, he made it like this very corally color, and these like paths here, which I think is really cool. So I added on to that. I made these coral walls here, which I tried my absolute best to make look like coral, and I even made the like on top path for it too. On top of that, I also did these like one-way ledges to like make it to where you can be like really fancy with the layers, or I can be really fancy with the layers, I guess, to where like, you know, it can be like, you know, fancy with the layers, stuff like that. And then I also took the liberation of also making blue ones and brown ones, but the brown is supposed to look like orange. It's just really hard to make it look like it's both underwater and also not underwater at the same time. It's kind of annoying. However, I think I managed to figure it out. The little like, I guess, tube looking things I also made as like a little extra decoration, and then we can add all of our like other coral stuff on top of it. But we know that the coral's den, or the eel den, is going to be up here. So that's what we can work on today. And I am very, very excited because I really like the eel den idea. And on top of that, I think you guys will enjoy us actually going through this. And Quartet is a strong military weapon. Wait, hold on. I haven't been reading chat. Let me read chat real quick. I'm going to set chat up here. And I'm also going to push my mic down and then push it up like this. Perfect. All right, that's much better, much better. The best way that I can... All right, cool. Anyways, my question for you guys, and I want to talk about this for a second before we dive into development. What are your hopes as a player for this dive area? What are your hopes? What do you want the most out of it? What do you want to see out of it? How do you want to experience this big giant dive area? Do you want it to be something that you can explore endlessly and constantly find new things? Do you want it to be something that is challenging? Do you want it to, like, I want all of your thoughts. What do you guys want to experience the most out of all of this? Because we are really diving into a huge project. To be fair, the ideas are coming from you guys. Most of the work is going to be done by me. So when it comes to decorating and all the mapping and stuff, you know, the tediousness, y'all don't have to worry about when it comes to developing it. That's something that I'll do. But, while you guys have all the fun and come up with the cool ideas and whatever it may be, and you guys come up with the items that you can find and the other stuff. But what's like important to me is I want to know, you guys are going to play this game, and I'm sure most of you guys are here to play the game more than just develop it. And as a result, you want something that you're going to enjoy. If this is something like, so that's going to help me decide like how I'm going to do this. Because right now, the route that we've been going, obviously we have these like branching paths and stuff like that, but the areas in between are not linear at all. From the perspective of you guys jumping in this game, there is no linear to this. There are so many different paths that you can take, and I'm sure that people might end up getting lost. If you guys like that, if you like the exploring idea of it where like, oh, you might get lost, but it's okay because, you know, you can always just fly back to the center and restart, and you have fun exploring this area, that's great. That's awesome. But if you guys think that this is going to be more of a pain to get through, then that'll give me an idea as to how I can lay out the rest of it. Because right now we jump in right here and we have this whole area to get through. And all we know is we have to go right. So you see where I'm coming from? Anyways, let me read some chat for a second. The castle was totally going to be in the Benarican Trench. No, Fancy Rowlet. We put the castle here in the Coral Reef. What better place to hide it than at the bottom of the Benarican Trench? The castle isn't a secretive area. Anyways, what did Jam say? Because Gazer said, I agree with James. The Eildin should have the evolution item from Crust Octave. I agree. Crust Octave evolves this Pokemon right here. It just won one of our newest votes. Crust... oh, shit. I don't actually have it in here. Crust Octave. This Mon right here. If I can go find it. This is its evolution, Coralstra. But the pre-evolution... Gotta scroll back and find it. Our Spiders are awesome, by the way. Shout out all of our Spiders. Our pre-evolution, this guy evolves via an item, the Connecting Coral. So the Eel's Den could be a great place to find that so we can evolve it. Ronaldo, what's up? Thanks for making it. Thanks for popping in. You too, Ralph. Thanks for making it. Thanks. No, I hate Pokemon. Rah! All right. Jump scares from deep sea creatures beyond comprehension. Well, we already have that, so happy to introduce that that's a thing, but it's more optional. Like, you might have to be dumb to do it. Redstonian said, I want the dive area to feel like a giant open ocean with Pokemon that are nowhere else in the region, with challenges if you stray too far off the beaten path. Okay, good mental note for me to make. I want it to be scary. The ocean is terrifying. Yeah, I agree. I feel like we have a lot of that already. But once we get into the deeper areas, it'll get even scarier, which I'm very excited for too. Subnautica route, like open route. Like a corn maze. You want the whole map to be like a corn maze? It would be cool to see a deep sea skeleton of a giant sea monster, in my opinion. The Frill Deep thing was sick. I'm a big fan of it too. I want the ocean to be scary. Alright, so you want me to make a Lovecraftian horror Pokemon. Got it. What encounters should be here? We already went over the encounters, to be honest. Occasional spikes reaching to the surface that has a rewarding item for the open waters, but maybe not have the darkness light circle. So small could help if the open waters is a rewarding option. I think it depends whether we want the open waters to be rewarding or not. Also, the name I came up with it, which I say came up, but it's just straight stolen from Subnautica, is the Dead Zone. When you go into the open waters, it's just straight the Dead Zone, because it gets all dark and scary, and you get attacked by creatures. So don't go in the Dead Zone. You don't have to. There's nothing there. It's only if you want a shortcut. That's... Gamers, I have a question. Can points be transferred between people? Yes, they can be transferred between people. You can gamble them by battling people, !battle. And you can also do !give to give like points to other people. Really depicts the feeling not being able to see anything underwater. Yeah, that was the goal. Anyways, y'all, I think all of us are about ready to start developing this Coral Castle, which I'm very excited for. Actually, we'll see what you guys want to do first. Do you guys want to finish just coming up with this area, or do you want to dive straight into the castle? What do you guys think? I'll put out a poll. What should we do first? Question mark. Should we dive into the Coral Castle? Or the Eel's Den, I guess is the right word. Or should we do, I guess finished first area is the right way to put it. And we're not going to decorate the first area. We're just going to finish it. Decorating takes a while. So really just finish the gameplay aspects of it. Like, what do you guys want to see inside of here? What do you guys want in this little open area? You know, I'm not really going to go through with decorating, more just so gameplay and stuff, and maybe we can do items and all that for this beginning area as well. You know, Pokeballs, treasure chests, stuff like that. He dive into the castle. People will want castle, I'm sure. I'm not that funny. I wish I was funnier. Anyways, Wait, it failed? What the hell? Yeah, you gotta be like really, when you give those bananas, sometime, you might want to try their display name as well rather than their like actual username. I think like, hold on. All right, you guys are voting the castle. I think if I do like exclamation mark give at rap and then you type like that and then I can just give him 10. I think that'll work. It should. Nah, wait, do I not have enough points? I might not have any points. No, I have points. Yeah, sometimes it just doesn't work. I mean, what's your display name, Ralph? Like, Ralph, you have a different display name, right? You should have a different display name. Anyways, I can't fix that. I'm not a Streamlabs developer. Sorry. Don't give me a 400. I don't know why the give thing isn't working. All right. So y'all want to do the castle first. We know the castle is going to be up here. And we also know that the coral reef kind of extends down here. So as per gameplay, what do you guys want to see out of this castle? Is it like, walk me through it if that makes any sense. Do you want something that's more out in the open, more something that's maybe surrounded by cliffs, something that is there's only one entrance, something that there's like a bunch of different, you know, spots that you can enter through? What do you guys want? And that'll help me out a lot. Because if we want it, you know, to just kind of be like more just on flat area, we can do that. Or we can fuck around with some cliffs and having, you know, it be engraved into an actual landscape instead. Wait, can we catch Rowlet in this game? No, there's no starters in our game besides our starters. Porous with many exit entrances from the outside. It is not ruins of an ancient civilization. It is not that. The Coral Castle is an eel castle. Castle should be crumbling with multiple terrain levels. I want one of those Ruins of Alf tile puzzles with the Venericanmon. That's not that difficult to do. That's more just a spriting thing. This is the screenshot that we have of it. Looks like something that's like, at least in this version, something that's like engraved into the wall. Or like engraved into something, I guess. Coral Stragards. This is still an open area. If that makes any sense. Like, this is still an open area. As in, there's no civilization here. It's a Pokemon castle. It's not a naturally... It is a naturally formed... Like, it is naturally formed. It's not built. It's more... Okay, I think castle's the wrong word. And I think that's, like, what we're getting wrong about this. It's not called a castle. It just looks like we can have fun with, like, cool little things that make it look castle-like. But it's canyons and caves looking like castles. And they're the realms of eel-like Pokemon. Basically, like, the eel Pokemon being Gulpaints and Kronger. All of our eel Pokemon. These guys. Basically, this entire evolution line basically lives in this castle. And they basically paint. They paint it all. Like, they do all the art and shit. I think I understand now. The eels made the castle formation due to erosion. Kind of. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. Will it be purely overworld explorable, where it'll have, like, separate rooms? Yeah, it can have, like, separate rooms, and you can enter inside of it. It's cool stuff like that. Yo, what's up, James? What's up? Underwater Zoo or Safari Zone? Is there a point? Considering this is already, like, a huge open area? Is there a reason? It's kind of already a Safari Zone. You have to paint for them to respect you. Cliffs of every color. Okay. So what I'm getting from you guys is I think we're going something like, something very, what's the word? I guess engraved in the walls. Yo, Naf, how you doing? Thanks for popping in. Just add some seaweeds. Well, we're not making it yet. We already, like we have our little areas. We're doing the, like, the general idea of what is going to be in this area. And we're going to do an eel den of sorts. Lots of caves that might join on other parts. They're putting chemicals in the ocean that turn the freaking eels gay. A network of higher walls that separate the coral zone, creating cells. Okay. Rodrigo, or I guess that is Elixir. What he just said there, what do you guys think about that? A network of higher walls that is kind of separating the coral area into, like, little cell zones. What do you guys think about that? So we can, like, zone it out, kind of. Like, we can have our main area, per se. Alright. Alright. I think I get the memo. I think I get the memo. So, for example, we have our natural coral reef landscape, right? Let's just make a little, like, coral reef landscape. Just, where are we at right now? Nah, it's probably a bit too high up. Like, our natural coral reef landscape thingy-majig, where we're just gonna have, like, different, you know, different layers and stuff like that. And, let's say that the castle itself, I'm actually gonna chuck this a bit more over here. A bit more, like, down like that. So let's say the castle itself is kind of just on this land right here. I think what Elixir's saying is that we have, like, almost like cells. So, for example, our first, like, cell would be the start of the castle. And obviously it wouldn't be square. It'd have its own, like, form. And then we can have a layer, another layer right here. Maybe even, like, pillars and stuff. And to get through it, we go through, like, caves and general stuff like that, I guess. So, like, for example, to get in here, we could enter through, like, a cave, right? And then exit up here. And then we're on, like, a new platform. So, either you're perfect or you're not me. Can there be special painted corals that when you grab it, a Kronger attacks you? Yeah, that's possible. That's definitely possible. I am definitely going to have to experiment around with doing more tiles if you guys want more colors than the colors that I made. Because I did blue, brown, and then also this as well. Just for a different idea. And then we can also fill in a lot of colors with, like, our main objects. Since we have a lot of objects here that are different colors. Like, we have green, blue, yellow, orange, general coral colors, purple. So we have all that to kind of help us. But just in general, we need kind of an idea for, like, the castle. So using Rodrigo's method, which it seems like we can all agree that that's a good way to do it. If you have objections, say now. The smaller corals will do a lot of heavy lifting for other colors. I agree. I think the smaller corals will really help a lot. But so One thing that they mentioned is like the cliff kind of being engraved into it. And that gives us the opportunity to kind of make cliffs in the backgrounds. So we can just make our like background cliffs. Boom. All right, let's see what we can do. I'm gonna zoom in here. And we can make our cliffs. In fact, we can even like make cliffs in the middle as well. And then fill in like gaps and stuff like that, I guess would be like the best way to put it. Okay, let's try this. And then, we can even make it bigger than this. Like, this. And this would probably go down further. All right. So we have like our normal cliffs. We don't have to go too hard on them. And then we just kind of incorporate the castle in the gaps. So probably just make like, you know, a little abstract kind of layout. Let's do like... And we have so much room to work with too. But okay. Boom. Add that right there. And then we really just need our... Just like that. And as one thing that Lixer mentioned is like splitting it into cells. Which is very possible. Can also smooth it out just a little bit. Just so it's a little more... I don't know if believable would be the right word, but a little more natural looking. And we can split it into kind of cells this way. Boom. And also, this isn't even like the actual castle itself either. But like to add on to this, I might be able to make it to where like this is almost jutting out into its own thing. I don't think so. I think the only way I'd be able to do that is like this. Even then, that looks a little weird. Nah, that's fine. That's fine. Add a hidden item in the leg in the LAGE. What's that word? Yeah, we'll do items and stuff. I want to do items and stuff today too. So just wait around and we'll do all the items together, kind of collectively. So now I can actually, well, instead of shortening the cliff, I can make it longer, and then I can make little bits that jut out a little further. Like this. Into its like own single thing. And then these would, that would make these longer. Oop. Since they're technically taller. Since this cliff is like on its own edge. And now that we have something like this, it'll be easy to actually incorporate the castle itself into it. A lot of the castle could even go really well just like sitting on here, like in this like spot right here. And we also have more room up here to work with as well. Probably cutting off about right here. And then all around this area. Brother, your video's getting bank ad? Not at all. Oh boy, not at all. Raleigh, if you want someone to give you more bananas, you can DM KJ, Billy Bob, or just ask KJ. And she can remove your points and then give them or remove someone else's points. Oh, you have the points? Oh, okay. You just go here. You go in the Discord and then you go to get an extra ticket, and then you make one and ping KJ and she'll give you codes. She'll send you codes. Okay. So, I want to know, do you guys want the castles, the coral parts of the castle? Do you want them to jut out of this land formation that we have? Or would you guys prefer if the whole formation itself was made out of it? I think that is important. So let me know, let me know. I think jutting out would be cool. And then Max also said the former, like jutting out. As in, okay. For example, I can have this little bit basically jut out of this wall right here. I think that's a good example. It can like jut out of the wall. You see how it's like kind of jutting out of the wall? And for anything that like looks weird, it's easy to make it look better. So no worries there. But yeah, general idea. We can have like it kind of be a part of this natural landscape, or something that is, or this whole thing is made out of the pink and the blue and stuff like that. Like this whole thing is made out of that. And so far, it seems like you guys like the jutting out idea better, where it's like almost built inside of the thing. Also, like a mix between the tiles, yeah, but as you go deeper, it just becomes one type of tile. Just a second here. I think what could help, if I am able to make these cliffs taller, we'll have more room. Two. I want to be the right way to do it. There we go. And then 1, 2. 4, 5. So this would basically just be 1, 2, and then fix the inconsistencies. And then same thing on this one. 1, 2. 1, 2. And the bigger that they are, boop. Boop. The bigger that they are makes it to where I can make it to where these are jutting out a lot more. All right, made the 4 ticket post now. Hell yeah. So like, for example, at the kind of beginning section here, let's make it to where this coral is engraved into this side. We can even make it to where one is like half a color. And then put this up here onto the next layer. And then we can put this on layer 3. And then it's kind of going through here. And then connecting up there. Oh yeah, I have to be very specific about this. Do that. No. This, and then bam. That's how you make like the turns. Okay. And then let's go ahead and connect that. Or this layer. Boop, boop. Wait, no. Bam, bam. Boop, boop. One, two, three. Okay. So it would connect like that. All right, yes. Yeah. I mean, that works. And then put that there or here. And then like that. And then fill all this in. Get rid of that. And then we can do this layer now. And then last step, make that actually go up with it. All right, this is what I mean. Hey, thanks for making it, Godzilla. It would be funny if there was a trainer as a fire type Pokemon. And if Pokemon just faints as soon as it comes out of the ball. I mean, yeah, we are underwater. That would be how it would supposed to work. But this is what I mean. Jutting out of the wall. Essentially. And theoretically, we could even technically do funny little overhangs. I don't know if it'd look good, but you could do shit like that. I'm not the biggest fan. But, yeah. Essentially that. Just interconnecting them a little bit. We also have different, cliff types that we can use along the way. But that's like the philosophy behind what I was talking about. And since we do also have like those peaks, we could take advantage of that by doing something like this. And even if it doesn't look the best right now, I can always make it look better later on. But we can add those peaks like on the thing like this. And there's just a lot that we can do with that. You get the idea? What do you guys think? I want yays and nays to this philosophy throughout the castle. I'm watching Design Lucia. Hell yeah! Let's go. Very organic, growing on top of rock. Yay! Redstonian said yay. Who else? Who else has a comment to make? I will say, I definitely don't like what it looks like, though. We can make this look a lot better. Luckily, I don't think it's, it wouldn't be that hard to do, like, as per tile set designing. Even what I just did right there helps a lot, actually. Yay, yay. Hell yeah. No hole on top of the tower. It looks a little weird. Maybe I can put one of these on top of the tower. I might have to make specific things for that. But yeah, we could do the holes. That is definitely something that we can do. Okay. Well, I'm glad you guys like it. I'm glad that that's important. It's important that y'all are vibing with it. I humbly request a princess tower with a wild Gothink. Gothink doesn't live in the water, though. Or in the ocean. Gothink is a land Pokemon. So that wouldn't really work. Yeah. We can do little layers and shit like that. Oh. I see something I have to fix. Bam. There we go. So that isn't the start of it, though. The start would definitely be down more over here. I don't know. Just looking at this, do you guys see anything that... Do you see a vision for what could be here. Don't have a vision. You know what? Would this theoretically look good? I just want to see. Even though the bottom layer itself is a different tile. Actually, I don't think it's that bad. For the main entrance to there would be cool if it was an archway the player can swim under. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's possible. Very weird. Very weird to like figure out. But no, that's definitely possible. Just how would I do that? I want to think real quick. How would I do an archway like that as the main entrance? And I could easily put a shadow too, to where like it's very clear that you can travel under this archway. All right, let's give it a shot, Thundering. You know what? Or Dragonmon Wolves. I think that I can do an archway of sorts. I just gotta figure out how I would do it. Maybe I could do it with like supports. And I could use the brown as a support of sorts. And that rhymed. Poet. Didn't even know it. I guess it would be bigger. But let's see. If I kind of have like a... It would be a lot taller than that. I wanted it. Maybe just little bits, rather than like doing the whole thing like that. Ah, no, that's not the move, I can tell you that. Okay. I think it should be a lot bigger. Let me make this bigger. Okay. I think the hard part is gonna be trying to make this look natural. But I can figure it out. I know I can. And I think I can do that just by cutting off like little bits of the arc itself into something like that. But I will say, I think the move is not to make this out of coral. I think something more like this would do a lot better. And then we can cut it off up here. And maybe the top can be made out of coral. And we can have like coral jutting out of the side too. But okay. So we have like our first tower. This one's gonna be shorter. Maybe even shorter. No. More importantly, more actual room up here. And then the hard part, I think, is going to be connecting connecting them. Can you attach the small curls to the arc? Yes, I can. That is something I can do. I'm just trying to get like an idea down. I want to see if this is even possible. That's probably important, seeing if this is even like a possibility. Let me put this all on layer 1. Player can't see it anyways. Sure, that can stay on layer 3. I'm probably going to cover it anyways. But now I guess like figuring out what is going to be on top of the arc. So maybe we do the coral at like the top of it. Ah, shit. And it looks weird right now, but then the coral itself can, I guess, connect to the other side. I don't know. I'm curious to see how this will play out. Hey, Matisse, welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm very curious to see how this will play out. But, like, I guess this would be more like this then. I do need those on layer 2 still. Let's just do that. My consensus is I think this is possible. It's just we're gonna need to really tune it to get it looking any sort of presentable. But I still need all of this to be on layer 1. Regardless. If we're going to even attempt to try this out. Because this will need to be on layer 2. Okay. All right. It is. Hey, CT. What's up? What's up? It is possible to do the arc. It's gonna need a lot to get it looking good, though. I mean, I can add like a shadow underneath it. I can't really bend the shadow, though. Y'all having me do too much. I don't think that shadow's dark enough anyways. It's too contrasted. Yeah, I know. I don't know. I think this is a whole lot of nothing. Wait, I just remembered something that would be nice. Let me find it. I think when it comes to 3D structures in GBA, you kind of just you're kind of just limited. There's not going to be a lot that you can do. Like, we can make really cool things without having to do that. Not to say that the idea itself is bad, but to say that, but more just saying, like, there's not really a lot you can do with it. All right. Well, it's okay. I don't think it was a waste of time. Still cool just to see, you know, the possibilities of it. But now we can get more into the gritty. So we can definitely, I don't see a reason why we wouldn't be able to, or why there wouldn't be a, you know, an entrance right here. Or why we want to, I guess, have something right here. No, it would be that. I just got to start doing it like that. Maybe we don't have to be like absolutely crazy about how you can make the base of the pillar wider. It's just there's not really a way to make, you know, the ground darker and actually like follow the path. Like, there's a lot to it, I think. It's just there's no reason to go that far in something that's supposed to be like Game Boy Advance styled. Okay. So I'm just setting out a little thing to start us off on the Eel's Den. Also, I do gotta say, I really like how just abstract this is all looking so far. It's very out of like normal standards, and I think that that's really cool. I'm like a huge fan of that. Anyways, any ideas for like little entrance I just did. My only thing is maybe just to squeeze it a little bit. Hey, Fancy. What on, Fancy? What are we doing? We're doing the Coral Castle right now. Kind of getting a base. The walls can be embattled in some way. Oh, I don't really know what embattled means. Sorry. I've never, my vocabulary's bad. I'm unaware of that specific word. I mean, I guess, you know what? I could add, this layer right here. Boom. So I like all this being on layer 1. It's very nice. Or no, I guess this would be kind of like separate. Wanted it. And then that would go right there. And then all of this would be like this. And then I can do little mini layers. Like this. Always the option for little mini layers. Especially considering how colorful the pencil is. Changing saturation. We're underwater. That's the issue. That's why it's really difficult to find colors. Because we're underwater. Besides, you got to keep in mind, the decoration is very colorful. And we haven't even done any decoration at all. Because look, all of this right here is going to be decorating these. Brightening them up. Making them look more colorful. Right now, I'm more just doing like a layout, I guess. And I say I guess because I'm really not liking what I'm going for right now. I'm going to be honest. Like, I am just not really the biggest fan of what I got going on right now. Can we get poop brown clips? This is like shit brown, isn't it? We're going to have a lot of green, though. That's the thing. There's not really a reason for that. Just considering how much green we're going to have. Anyways, we do need an entrance. An entrance right here makes a lot of sense. But I know some people were saying, like, the idea of, like, oh, having, like, multiple entrances that are taking it up. So that's possible. We can add maybe some more around here. Because we still have, like, a lot of room. A lot of room. As for connecting these two, the only idea I really have is to do this. And then let's just get rid of that. And then change all of this. But we run into issues with the edge over here. But I think that's a pretty easy fix. I just changed the edge itself. And then like that. There we go. That actually works really good. Surprisingly way better than I even thought it would. And then as for this, maybe just putting like one of these blue rocks on top of it. Make it pop a little bit. Since this is like a very colorful area. A fan service puzzle. We could swap to the other option if you aren't feeling this right now. Fishing up the first area. The vote was close anyways. Ah, man. I'm just hoping that, like, with what this is so far, there's, like, making it more, like, colorful and actually, like, putting and utilizing the decorations that we have, I'm hoping will help a lot. And if it doesn't, I'm going to be very sad. Because this right now isn't what I was hoping for. To put it simply. However, before moving on to something else, I think it is worth at least doing the decoration just to see if what we have is the vision with the decoration. I think it's at least worth it. Just to kind of like see. Even though by itself it looks like a mumbo jumbo of colors. Who knows? The decoration might really elevate it and make it just that much better. And I think it's worth checking out. Alright, what do you guys say? I'm going to just put this off to the side. Make sure I'm on the right level. I'll level 2. To be fair, coral reefs are kind of mumbo jumbo of colors. That's true. Good point. Anyways, let's just see. Let's just see. Let's put some of our different tiles down. Put this tree up here. I'm just going to do this little spot right here. How about that? Just this little spot. Nothing crazy. Let's see the top of that tree. Top of this tree. Top of this one. Now let's do some of our these corals. Let's add some green to the mix. And then maybe some kelp. We have a couple clams we can utilize. We also have all of these little rocks. This stuff, I feel like it looks really nice. Not too much of it though. Okay. You know what? What do you guys think? I want to hear y'all's thoughts. And the reason why is because I think I was right. I think it does look a lot better once we actually spice it up. A suggestion on how to fix the arcway. Oh, I can't. That's only like it's not about this, it's about how it looks. That's the issue. May need more holes for eels to enter, don't you think? Yeah, for sure. I think the holes can definitely help. Making this thing very porous with little holes and stuff like that. I mean, I do have these, but those aren't gonna work. Those aren't gonna cut it. But you know what? I'm actually pretty satisfied with it. I think that's the move. If we have something like this when we decorate it throughout the whole thing, I think we're fine. I think we'll make something that looks cool. As long as you guys think so too, then we got it. The holes aren't that hard to add. Not something I'm going to do right now, but they're not that hard to add. Looks pretty... Oh, I'm glad you think so. I'm glad you think so. I think it was the right move. Up here is where it gets a lot weirder, I will say. It gets pretty weird up here. But I think that's fine. I feel like most of the main bits are going to be here. A bit of asymmetry for the holes. Shit, I could add the holes real quick. It's a pretty simple addition, so why not? Let me add the holes real quick. Ah, shit. I was already sized down. There we go. And then same thing on the other side, but this border. Okay, let's see about the holes. Definitely helps. I think it definitely helps. What about you guys? Eel holes. Also add them on parts like that too. Can I add them on the walls? I can. They look pretty good on the walls too. Cooked. Deep. Okay. Let me add stairs. Unfortunately, the only stairs I have right now are non-pink ones. But I think they still work. At least for now. Alright. I see something. I think it makes sense to put a cave right here. Oh, not right there. Right here. I think that makes sense. A little cave right there. And shit. I'd even like to... add like its own little section. Section it off a little bit. There we go. Hot damn, that looks weird. Hold on. I guess this one would be pink, wouldn't it? Nah, fuck it. Oh, I know what I'll do. I'll do that. But that would be pink. And this whole thing would also
KFC
be
wraps
pink.
are back, including a new mac and cheese one. Choose 2 KFC wraps for $5.
$5, y'all. $5 KFC wraps. Oops. Bam. There we go. Looks a little bit better. Yawn. Dude, the catacombs theme is such a yawn theme, but in like, I feel like a good way. Will you release an update with just the golf? Probably not. If I can replace Russia, then yeah. But I don't know if I'll be able to do that. Let's move to something new. Bet. Let's do that. All right. Let's do over here then. What do y'all envision for this area? Coral-wise. Takashi gonna make it? Probably not. No, don't say just some bullshit. Let's get creative, y'all. This section would probably, or should probably be more like actually like castle layered and stuff. I don't know. Just like looking at this image. Technically, this is under the oil thing, right? No. The oil thing's right here. This is under the oil thing. Random bullshit, go. You insist on just random bullshit. Let's do this. We'll start digging with the roll layered idea. All right. And then no reason to make it super square. Let's fuck around with that a little bit. Random bullshit. Don't worry, I got that covered, Jams. Still a lot of room up there to work with. So I won't write off this area yet. Or just keep in mind it does exist. Alright, this is my take on random bullshit. Obviously not decorated. Just straight up laid out. Trying to take as much inspiration as I can from like this image. We could add more mini towers, I guess. Like it looks like one right here might fit. Might be able to put one here too. More on the edge of things. Or I guess right here would be better. But in this instance, I feel like doing something more like even just one. Also, hold on. How tall is this? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, so this can theoretically connect to this somehow. I can make that connect to that. A small coral garden for the eel castle. That's actually valid. I think having a garden up here would be really nice. Something very garden-like. It can even be in like a little divot, and there can be like different entrances up here. Yeah, that's valid. Yeah, I think a little garden-like thing is a very neat idea to fill in the gaps a little bit. I'm a fan. Up here would be a great place to put something like that. Also is important to note, we do have the so I guess we can also do like this part, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If that's how tall it is, then I know like this would connect to that. Or there'd be 2 layers underneath this at the very least. So I can go to make something like that. I guess I'd more go over it like that. And then like that. Yeah, that's probably the right way to do it. Mm-hmm. And if I am adding a second layer here, it would already do that. Guess it'd be right there though. And then this like openness right here can easily connect to this. But theoretically, I could even make it go higher up, say right here. Or yes. Yeah, it'd have to be right here. Because if I want this to connect over here in some way, we could have it go up a stair to connect. Get rid of that too. We don't even need... I think right there, yeah. It's like the only place where it's really useful. Okay. Maybe you can rock smash some parts of the walls and find some items. Secret location behind a big lug of coral. Yeah. Alright, small issue though. That would theoretically make this connect like that. I think that's what I was missing. Also, might be worth it to have this go all the way to the edge. And none of that really matters. Only right here matters. Like that. Alright. I'm just going to go ahead and get the ground out of the way.
We are Gucci Wucci to Gozy.
Gucci Wucci to Gozy. That indeed we are. Yeah, I'm not sure how to do this cliff right here. How to engrave that into the wall. I guess this would be the only way to do it. Like that. Okay. Okay. I listened to you guys. Y'all said random bullshit. I made random bullshit. And I think this is starting to look more like a castle of sorts. I actually really like this area. I think this area is like a lot more of like the actual main bits. Or like what the original idea had in store. And then it would just need decorated, obviously. But when it comes to just like straight layout, I think this does a pretty damn good job. How to get infinite bananas? Simple, easy, free. Okay. Anyways, I think we really only need to do like one more section. The little garden. And then we can also do the area that Jams mentioned. You know, just like a little side secret area that maybe has like a big blockade of coral that you don't realize you can get past, but you can. So I'm going to finish that off. This would probably just kind of keep going up, wouldn't it? Let's see why I want it. The room exists. Totally take advantage of it. Okay. So I see a little opportunity for what Jam said down here. To kind of just have a little side area. Wouldn't be that hard to add some coral here. But also cuts off that bit from the other main bits. We also have room up here for something. Probably a... much larger building. Wait, hold on. That's layer 1, layer 2. This should be layer 3. Which means up here should connect to a layer 3. I fucked something up. Two. Alright, so that's supposed to be right there. And this is supposed to be like that. And then that goes into the wall. And then same thing up here. Everything needs to be moved down 1. Alright, quite worked the way I wanted it to. There, that's better. Much, much better. Okay. And I saw some people in chat talking about doing like a TM here, I believe. I feel like if there's a place to do it, this is a great opportunity. Is this little area right here. Since that's a layer up, that would be right there. Hey, BG Sand. Okay. So that garden that you guys have an idea for, should it be on the normal ground? Or should it be on something else? Because we could have it on normal ground with the different entrances around it. Or we could have it be on, like, on the actual rock, or I guess coral itself. So what do you guys think? On blue coral? On the coral or rock like the eel castle? Alright. I'm gonna try y'all's I'm gonna try the blue rock idea. We'll see what you guys think. We have another theme playing? I forgot, it like takes a minute. No reason not to have a tower here. Because fuck yeah. And then our actual platform itself can go along the sides. And we have this area to put it because there's still like a little gap, I guess. So let's just make this like 3 tall. Boop. Three on that side as well. Put this on layer 3. Because we're going to have to bring that in. And then up here. Also put this on layer 3. Because this goes directly around. 1, 2. Okay. And then now we can put our little garden in here. So let me see the borders real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we really only have this right here. This is like the room that we have. And we can have it extend up a little bit here too. And then this is how we enter the garden. That's how we exit the garden. And then we can try putting it on this blue rock here. That's very interesting, I can tell you that. That blue rock. Very interesting. I wouldn't call it bad, though. I just think it's interesting. Honestly, that lets us do this if we want to. We haven't used a lot of the blue rock, but up here we might be able to use more of it. Because the blue rock by itself doesn't look good. It has to be like blended with something, I feel like, to really look good. But regardless, let me fill all this in. No, not that. Okay. Do you guys like the blue? Should we use the blue more in other areas too? I'm down. Maybe the brown for the actual garden itself, though. I really don't hate the brown for the garden itself. You love the blue rock? Cool. Good to know. The blue makes it feel magical. Hell yeah. Yeah, you know what? I'm vibing with the blue too. In fact, I kind of want to use more of it now that I see it. Like maybe add some more blue just to this pillar here. Oh, and then of course add a cave right there. In fact, we need a lot of our cave locations. Like, probably have one right there. Maybe we could have an entrance halfway up that like poops you out and you fall to the ground. Like you see that and you're like, what the fuck? But in reality, it just throws you down. Also have one right here. And then a stair. Stair, stair. One here. Okay. I think I'm starting to like this place. I'm starting to get a vibe for what it can be. But I think these mini layers are really important. I think they're really going to add a lot. As a result, let me use them. Like, I do like this. Also, as for entrances in this area, I feel like these two are good. And then also having... Well, one right here makes sense. But we need an actual way to get up here. So let me try this. I'm going to try moving this whole thing. Whole thing moved. That's step one. And then step two. Push this back a little bit. And we can have, obviously this will curl with it. And then put the entrance there. Like that. And this is like a little extra layer too, so let's make use of it. Okay. I like the bricks texture. Reminds me of Minecraft. These aren't bricks. This is coral. Hey, Viper. You didn't miss much. We've just been doing this. The coral castle. I am very happy with it. Especially once it's all decorated. Something the player can definitely miss. Yeah, we'll figure out whether we're going to do the inside of this next or whether we're going to go back to the other route. We'll figure that out. But in general, I think I do like this little progression that we got going on. I think it's pretty fucking dope. Pretty sweet. But like I said, I don't really want to do a lot of decorating on stream because I feel like decorating takes a really long time, and it's kind of difficult to get you guys involved in that. Let me fix this though. Definitely one thing I want to do. Needs to be done to all sides. Perfect. Same over here. For all these castle looking thingies. I always have no inspiration when I'm in front. Real. I always have inspiration, dude. I am always just filling with ideas. Okay. So this is the full castle that I came up with, y'all. What do you guys think? Yay or nay? Natural castle, but still a castle. Yay or nay? What are y'all's thoughts? Seems too big for a random Pokemon, though. I love it. Yeah, we like to go all out. Decoration and ambient wall. Obviously improve it as we saw last stream, too. Yeah, of course. This is going to look sick when fully done. I know. I can't wait. I can't wait. But I'm not going to decorate it on stream. Just a lot to do, y'all. Just a lot to do. Let's move on to something else. A lot of stream is laying down the potential, and then we master it later on. But moving on to something else. What do you guys want to do? Do you want to go ahead and do the interior dungeon? What to do next? Do we want to go ahead and do interior dungeon for the castle itself? Or do we want to instead do finish the first area? Which, there's not much in the first area, but the first area will also do items, maybe even trainers. I might be down to do some trainers for the first area. Some divers. There's not much else. We have like one trainer class available for underwater. But yeah, go ahead and vote on that poll. I put out a poll. I want to decorate it so bad. Seven votes, 8 votes, and it's tied. Y'all don't know what you would rather do. I'll let like 2 more of y'all votes. Vote, vote, vote. What are we doing next? One more vote. Can I get one more vote from one of the homies? Two more votes. Y'all voted to finish the first area. Let's run it. Let us run it. Okay. So we don't have much left, and this is the beginning area, so don't go too crazy. But we could add puzzles and stuff down here if y'all want to. Or just little, like, things. And this is the area that we have to do that. So, the coral is going to extend it down over through this whole blockade. And this is all just normal sea. So let's go ahead and start with... I'll choose for you guys. We'll go ahead and start this area. What do you guys want to see in this area, gameplay-wise? Let's not get too crazy. Smoke's blunt. What if we added a giant Gyarados skeleton? What do you guys want to add to this area, gameplay-wise? Outside of trainers and items. Do you guys want to see little puzzles down here? Maybe a coral fan puzzle. Maybe some ledges. We do have those. I think we have ledges. Oh, shit. Well, I can make ledges. Could we do currents underwater or nah? Yes. We already do that with the fans. Ralph. These fans right here. That's like a current. But, yeah, when it just comes to, like, any rock formation ideas that you guys have? Underwater current puzzle sounds fun. Let's do it then. Let's do it. But real quick, when it just comes... Actually, you know what? You just said that. Let's go ahead and do it. How should the underwater current puzzle go, Ralph? We can do it in the oceanic part. My idea is that maybe we have a bunch of like little cliffs and rock formations and stuff like that that kind of make like a simple but not like super mazy layout, but you know, just like some little boxes and shapes here, and then the currents go through those, and you have to be specific with how you go through those. Sounds good. Anything you want to add to it? All right, let me think. I'm gonna use my brain real quick. Also thought of hydrothermal vents, but maybe for another biome. Sort of whirlpool forcing you down into an area. We must find a way to leave, or geysers that forces you upward in an area on the surface. That want to be here. I don't hate that idea, though. Something that pushes you up to the surface without, like, you asking for it does sound pretty cool, though. Sorry, I have to go eat dinner. No worries at all, dude. No worries at all. Could I just do, like, a hole in the floor? Okay, it looks really weird, but... What about this? Shit, not that. If I do like these. No. How about a hole like this? You know. You know. You know. You know. Don't forget the good old meow. And meow. And of course meow. I guess I could do this. Hole. Okay. So something that if the player surfs over it, it forces them upwards. Actually doesn't look bad. And I can have bubbles that are constantly coming out of this, and if the player walks on it, it'll force them up. I don't have a bubbles up. How unfortunate. No, it's okay. I can. That's really easy to make. Oh, and then maybe we can have the fans that, like, if you go into the wrong fan, it would push you into it. Unless it pushes to a default place. It'll push you to a default place. I'm pretty sure it's just called PB Surface. PB Surface? There's like... PB Dive. PB Dive. PB Dive. PB Surfacing. That's it. Return true. Okay, I think it's here. So if I'm looking in this logic here, when I do PB surfacing, it's going to ask a message to surface. If I want to force that instead though, I think what I could do... I don't need to do the hidden move animation. I need to do these two. PB fade out and exit with music, and then PB perform dive transfers, surface map ID, still diving. But I also need to get the surface map ID. Alright, so this is how it would work. When the player touches this tile, I'm just going to go ahead and make this. When the player touches this tile, we're going to call a script. And the first method we need to call is we need to create the surface map ID. Surface map ID equals parent map ID, blah, blah, blah. Bunch of bullshit. And then do this right here. Run that script. And I think that's it. I'm pretty sure that's it. I don't think there's anything that I'm missing. Oh, I have to do still diving as well. Which is false, but I have to set still diving. Yeah, I don't think I'm missing any methods. So now theoretically it should work. Hey, Irisy, what's up? Hey, you got a membership too? Let's go. Irisy. So if we want to do those vent hole thingies with bubbles coming out of them, Ralph's idea. Hold on. Sorry. That's not that difficult to do. I think all I really have to do is just flip this bubble animation upside down. Paste into new image and then flip vertically. And then we just simple enough. Fuck it. And then this would just be called bubbles up instead of bubbles down. So now the bubbles are animating upwards. I made this animation, by the way. Hope you guys liked it because, God, that took a while. Bubbles up. But I also... Before Bubbles Up plays, I'm going to steal something from Teleport, from my Teleport animation, which I can get to where the player actually moves up on the screen. So let's go get that real quick. I know it's in... I use it a lot in Crystal Cave. Here we go. All right, let me just copy this script over so I can take from this. So it's not going to play the sound effect. It's just the teleport animation itself. And then I don't think need the map ID. Yeah, we don't need the map ID. Player new direction to scene transfer player. We don't need to do the scene transfer player. It is just directionally. And I don't think I really need to do any of this either. I really just need to do the that right there. And then I'll play a new sound effect with it. And it's going to be the bubble sound effect that I have. Water Stream is the name of it. So let me get that. Sound effect Water Stream. Plays at 100% volume. At a higher pitch. I don't think you guys were able to hear that. But with that being said, I'm pretty sure it'll work now. We can jump in and test it out. Off topic, Tasty, but did you know how to code before this project? No. I knew nothing. Absolutely nothing about coding. I have learned all self-taught. I've never even taken a coding class. I have learned basically 95% of my coding from this project. I had a base idea of how to make like, how to do events, but not like actual coding. Anyways, shit. Hold on, I fucked up. That's the wrong tile. I used the non-passable. I need to use the passable. Just a second here. Nope. How many times did you rip out your hair trying to learn how to code? I mean, dude, I'm sure some people in chat right now have been in VCs with me where I am just screaming. All right, let's see. Okay, it's not supposed to play the teleport animation like that, but that's the idea. That's kind of the idea. That, honestly, I can fix that pretty easily. You know what? Pokemon Potassium. Let's go to our teleport script. Where the fuck is it at? Teleport. Come on, it should be like right here. Okay, it might be in Potassium scripts. Water currents? No. Where the... There you are, teleport. Hallelujah. Alright. Define PB teleport animation. Okay, I basically need exactly this. Exactly this. Except without all the extra bullshit. Okay, this also should be pretty easy. So all I do is I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste a new one. I'm going to name it PB Surface PB thermal vent, I guess. Yeah, PB thermal vent. And then we're going to force the player to go up, get rid of the teleport animation. Or the teleport sound effect. Okay, I need to widen this a lot more. Oh shit, I can only widen it that much. No? Oh no, I can. Alright. Alright, we're gonna go up. We're not gonna do PB update scene map. And graphics update. And then we don't need go down at all. Actually, I think we do need update scene map. Where is that? Is that defined anywhere? No, it's not. All right, so maybe I do need that. But where's the new map part of it? Oh, I guess I took that out, so doesn't even matter. This is really just the go up and go down. And we only need to go down. So I can just get rid of the go down part. There we go. And yield and route repeat false. Okay, I think that's it. And then now I can do, instead of teleport animation, I do PB thermal vents. And everything should act exactly the same. So let's see. You can also check if it crashes, which it does. Probably because I fucked up thermal vents. Probably because I fucked up. Yield doesn't need an end. And now let's see what happens. Almost. Almost. That's almost, we're almost there. PB thermal vents. So, I guess it is kind of important to make the player go down as well. We just need to go down. We need the player to go down before Alright, so let's add the go down. But I need the go down to happen before the dive actually happens. So we don't need PB update scene map. Because I'm pretty sure that's what is turning the screen dark. You know. But the player will go down. Okay, let's see now. The programming language that RPG made, yeah. Easy is, or sorry, Ruby is overall easier for users. All right, that wasn't the right move. That was definitely not the right move. It's trying to update graphics, but it can't. Yes, please. Please force quits. So getting rid of that wasn't the move, but I don't really see like the issue that I'm having with this is like there's nothing that's really turning the screen dark, which means that something else is doing that. And it's kind of confusing. I'm not really sure what is doing that. What's making the screen dark? I think it might be PB update scene map. And it's really just the graphic, and it's the graphics update that needs to be kept. So let's check that. I didn't know we'd be doing coding today, not gonna lie. Alright, let's see now. Interesting. It breaks a lot differently this time. So that means the update scene is very integral to this function that I did not write. So we want to keep that. Yeah, I'm actually not sure what is doing that. Huh. Update scene. Graphics update. Yeah, I'm kind of out of walls here. I never write shit like this. Game player force move route. Right, that happens. Let me look up. Define PB update scene map. Scene mini update if scene is map is faded. So I think we would use refresh scene map instead. That says unused. Huh. What about define graphics.update? No. That's not how it would work. I guess there's no reason not to try the refresh scene map. See the difference. One more time. Yep. Okay, similar vibe. It's almost working. I think the problem actually, our PB thermal vent, I have the PB fade out in. Maybe I just don't include the fade out. Instead, just PB thermal vents. and then let the dive map itself take care of that business, maybe. But just in case, I'll have it change the screen color tone through an event command. And then at the very end, I'll have it go back to normal too, just in case. Ah, I see, I see. So since I really just need the move route, I don't need to yield. Now yield is unnecessary. And I think this is it. I think I figured it out. This has got to be the last step. It'll finish moving the player back down before it'll... There we go. There we go. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, I figured it out. I'm the GOAT. Okay, it really wasn't that hard. This fades out a little too quickly, though. Maybe do like 30 frames. All right, are y'all ready for this shit, y'all? You ready for this shit? All right, let's run it. Bam. And now we're at the surface. Took a little bit, but I figured it out. Now we can actually fuck around and do what we were originally going to do. So you go into the wrong fans. It'll send you into the hydrothermal vents. We know that much. So let's make that a reality. And we'll play around with the gameplay. So if the player walks into this fan right here, it'll blow you into the vent. So you don't want to go that way. If the player, let's say, goes this way, the player can go down this way. We can have it to where I'm going to put this right here. Interpreted as either fan that suck rather than blow, or maybe underwater whirlpools or rushing water that sucks you down a layer. I can't do sucks you down a layer. I can't do that. But what I can do, I can have a sideways fan right here. The player will be blown this way. Also, I'll make it a little more complicated by adding another vertical fan here. So you can choose whether you want to go through this one or that one. Oh, this would have to be lower, though, for that to really make sense. And this one will blow you into the path of this one. This one will blow you into the path of... Or yeah, we'll just blow you this way. But this one will just take you over to a completely separate area. Also, player can get involved up here too. Holy shit, Simeon, thanks so much, dude.
Lumion donated $5. On a scale of 1 to 10, how tasty would the Vanerium artifacts be? Asking for a friend, gurgle burgle him. Greater than J.
They'd probably be pretty tasty. I'd say they'd be pretty tasty. Thank you so much, Simeon. You're awesome, dude. I really appreciate it. All right, this is going to take you this way. However, I want this to be blocked off. Or somewhat blocked off. Probably add a rock right here. Another fan like this. So it'll blow you down even further. Or no, this is the right move. Wait, what is the right move, actually? I think it'd be to do this, actually. Boom, boom. Put this right here. It'll blow you into the path of that. This one will blow you into the path of... Hot damn, that's some thunder. It's storming, y'all. This will blow you that way. Alright, but now for the fan. So this goes down, down, and then down. This one just straight up goes this way. Let's add in another down right here. That one just straight up goes this way and then down. Let's make it another one of these, but we'll put it right here. And then this one will blow you into this one. So the right answer is to go here, down, right, and then down. Whoa, I didn't donate. That Lumion guy did, shaking my head. No wonder the Relicanth liked the Vanerium artifact. Also, as part of a puzzle idea, we could use strength to push a boulder over a hydrothermal vent. That's so real, actually. That's so real. That's a great puzzle idea. I don't know about here because we're introducing the fans, but later on, yeah, that's fantastic. Really good idea, Viper. Pushing a boulder in front of the fans. That's so real. All right, this is going to send you right here. And then we're going to be sent down into, I guess, like a little area, you could call it. Sent down into a little area. And there's going to be no way out because I'm going to put a rock right here. So when you're sent down to this area, you're kind of just trapped here. Also, I'm going to go ahead and connect this like that. There we go. And then when this sends you down, in this little area, let's do this. Boom. And then boom. So we're down in this thing right here. And maybe we can make some kind of rock formations. All right, let's do this. Instead of doing that, I'm going to leave this open. It is storming, y'all. It's storming real bad. The player can choose to go through here, which they'll be locked out once they do. Or they can go through here to get to the other side of this little area. And if you go this way, you'll get sent through another hydrothermal vent, I think, is the right move. But I'm going to put it down a little bit. And that's how you can access this area over here. All right, just to recap. Let's go ahead and make all this work properly. Which means I'm going to have to do all of the fans. Not too bad, though. Sideways ones. Boom. Boom. Those are the only two sideways ones facing that way. But I do need the... oh, that's right here. But I also need the other sideways. This one. Yeah, buddy. Because this is going to go right here. Oh no, that's actually bad. Nah, that's fine. That's fine. Player's never gonna walk into this anyways, so. And then right here. And then right, okay, I think that's it. I think that's all of them. All right, now I just need to copy and paste all of these. Boom. Boom. And boom. And then I need to do the second one. All right, now let me do the left. Bam. Bam. Holy shit. I've never seen a rain like that before. Yo, I'm about to get NATO'd. I'm about to get straight NATO'd. Tornado coming my way. Alright, and then the last thing I need is this over here. Bam. because I need that right there. What a clusterfuck of events. Okay, let's start off with the obvious one. This one. We need to move down, down. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's right. And then this has to be taken down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, that's also 6. That needs to be 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that was wrong. Good thing I caught that. And then the vent will take you up from there. Now, as for these other ones, they're a bit more nuanced. So, for example, this is going to send you down to this tile. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that needs to send you down 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. This needs to send you down 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's good. Because right here you have the choice to go down or sideways. And if we go down, this should just send you down like normal. Don't have to worry about anything there. This will send you left like normal. Don't have to worry about anything there. This is different because we're moving 1, 2, 3. And we don't change any speeds at all. Just 1, 2, 3. And we get swung up. And then this right here is going to do the same thing, except it's going to be 1, 2. And we get swung up. Nice. Next thing you know, Tasty's power shuts off and stream abruptly ends. I wouldn't be surprised if that does happen. I really want it. Alright. Oh, wait, no. This is supposed to send you into it. Yes. We want to be sent into that. Because it's actually this one that'll give you the option. This one acts completely normally. We go all the way to the right. So we don't need to edit that one at all. This one I think we do need to edit though. Because we go 1, 2, 3. And then it'll stop. And this is 1, 2 and it'll stop. 1, 2, stop. That'll send us across. And then this one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is supposed to be 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which it is. And then this is 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which it is. And then this sends us out. It's supposed to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, hold on. Let me do this right. 3, 4, then 5, like that. And then this one will be 4. All right, everything should work now. If I'm not mistaken, everything should work. Oh, shit. Let me get out of there. All right, we got a lot going on here. So if I go down here... Damn! Did y'all hear that? Fuck. Okay, the current issue, it's not updating what tile the player is standing on after the move event, which is possible. I don't know if I can do that on stream though. Update player. Update position. Maybe. No, that's not it. Dude, you have a mic? I hear nothing. That's fair, but man, that shit was powerful. That was close. That was close. I don't know how to update these tiles when the player is standing on it, so. Let me try event touch. Maybe that'll work. There we go. Now it works. So everything just needs to be event touch. Aha. So that's event touch. This is event touch. This is event touch. This is also event touch. And then this one needs to be event touch. This one needs to be event touch. Cool. I think that's it though. All right. Everything should work now. Unless I'm forgetting something. But I don't think I am. Okay. So we go through this. It'll send us up the hydrothermal vent as well. So that works. If we go through this one, it'll also send us up the hydrothermal vent. If we go through this one, it's supposed to send us up the hydrothermal vent again. I just didn't put update on that one. So I'll go ahead and do that. This also has to have event touch on it. All the other ones do though, and I'm pretty sure of it, so. Nah, Viper's like brand new, bro. Okay. So we go through this one. It'll automatically send us up. Works. Just as we intended it. So the right way to go, we can go over here. That's also just something that we can do. The right way to go is to do this, that. Oh, wait. Well, that was fucked. That wasn't supposed to happen. So why is that second event updating then? Huh, because I'm not on a tile right there. Or that's not like an event touch tile, I guess. this one isn't that I'm being sent over to. But for some reason, when I get sent over here, that's really weird. Oh, that's why. I'm being sent too far. It's not supposed to send me over here to make a choice. Okay, I get it. Because it doesn't send me far enough to make a choice. Or to, I guess, yeah. But I kind of like the idea of being able to make a choice. So I'll make it like that. I'll make it to where this isn't an event touch. This is just player touch. So we'll fly through this and we'll be able to make the choice. Okay, back in again. We'll zoom in too. Now, cool. Exactly how we intended. But if we choose this one, it'll send us across. Now we're stuck here unless we do that, which will send us to this side. And that's how we get over here. Should we just sneak past that vent? Yeah. Okay. Got it. So, just a refresh. Because this looks like just a bunch of crazy ass bubbles right now. That's what you do. I do really like the vent idea though, and incorporating the fans into that too. Very weird that I can walk right here. Cool. Oh, you know what? If this sent us into the middle of the coral pit, that'd be pretty cool. Because it would, right? It'd send us over, like, divots. Because we wouldn't really fall down. I'm back. What did I miss? We finished this. That's what you missed. We finished this. And then that leads into the kelp part. So the last thing that we really need to make is just what's going to be here. So, Safia, or everybody actually, everybody who's paying attention. If we go through this one, it's going to send us smack in the middle of here. In fact, I'm going to do that right now. Through on, through off. Through on, through off. So we get smitten to the middle of here. Which we have to find our way back up, of course. But I really want to know from you guys what should be in here. It's kind of where the coral reef and the kelp part connects. But is there anything like specifically like gameplay wise that you guys have in mind? For like what should be in this section? Overworld Pokemon NPC as a static encounter. A free shiny. Dive deeper into a crevice. Maybe an underwater cave. A deep diving area, underwater cave. You know what? What do you guys think about that? Diving deeper into a little underwater cave. What do y'all think? So what we can do is we can section off this area. Let me cook. Let's section off this area with like ledges or something. Ledges that for some reason we can't swim back up. Because fuck yeah. For now, I'm going to use these ledges. Even though they're not the best looking. But I'll change it later on. Let me cook, y'all. I'm about to cook. And there can be an item up here, right? And then right here is where we dive up. So let's go to our passable. Deeper rock. Not deeper rock. No, not that. Also, that wouldn't be the right move either. It'd be our ledge top. Like that. And then, let's see. Now we can grab this. And this. And this is like the other side of the underwater cave. Use this color. Just looks nicer. And then the first side of the underwater cave can be somewhere like down here. And then going through here will take you to the other side. How do you guys feel about that? This could let us harvest some materials for the witch, mystic waters, and scales and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, that witch NPC is real. But now we can dive deeper into these little holes, into little caves. Now, it is important that we actually make the underside of it. Okay. Route 30. I think it's these tiles. Let me just I think it's that. Yeah, I pretty much nailed it on that. And then that's the other side. Pretty much nailed it on the head again. And now we're in our underwater cave. And now we just make the edges. So this is all non-passable shit. But I'm cool with this as like a little, you know, introduction to the idea that these underwater caves do exist. And then now let's go ahead and connect these. Boom, 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 and boom. And then instead of... It should honestly tighten up. It is an underwater cave after all. Okie doke. Now you can successfully go underwater or go into the underwater cave, and you can travel to the other side as well. It's underwater lakes and rivers. The salt in those spaces are denser than the outside. Yeah, that is a thing that exists, I think. I think that exists. And then we can go to the other side. Hell yeah. Now, I'm just going to add some of my little flair real quick. Again, not decorating, but just prefacing the idea that I'd like some of these to be holes. Boom. And then this is even deeper. Also add a little hole over here. Yeah, some flair. Will the speed at which you travel underwater depend with the mon that you're riding? No. No, it does not. It does not. Undecorated, but there we go. That's added. Nice because it filled in this space, which I didn't know what much to do with. So we know this is down here. We could honestly force the player into it as well. Like, that's the only option that they can take. If they cross this side. Because they're going to get sent out here. So we can add, you know, overall a roadblock that'll force the player into taking this hole. It's going to be more nuanced, but that's the idea. So they're going to get sent flying into this rock, and then they go around and in here out to the other side, and then they can jump down this ledge, call it a day. As for the look of this, I'll go ahead and fuck around with it a little bit. We know that this area is part coral reef, so we can definitely have some coral here. General idea. Boom, add the top to that. All right, and to be honest, we don't need 3 of these rocks. I'm gonna put this on layer 2. I'm gonna make this. And then for what can go under here, I'll do this. Then we'll fill in the rest later. Also going to put this rock on layer 2. Because we can definitely put a tree here. I'm going to put a little mini one, though. Little tiny one. Ah, shit. I'm on the wrong level. Again, I always do this shit. Always doing this dumb shit. Can never get the level right, yeah? I think those rocks are too dark, too. I guess not. It is the right color. Alright, but we forced the player through here. Okay. What item should be on the other side of this, though? Also, so much fun. We can use treasure chests instead of Pokeballs down here. Which I really like. Because I already made a treasure chest. Sunken ship. Oh, I actually need to make the treasure chest tile. That's fine. Fine, I'll do that later. Tasty's 2 steps ahead. Kind of. I need to go transfer the chest over into a character tile, but I mean, yeah, I guess so. Tile sets. I know it's in my interior. And then I just need to find it. Probably somewhere around the pirate ship era. Yeah, there it is. Paste into new image. 128 by 128. And then it's opened right on next to it. Save that as object chest. Go in here. Change this to be object chest. No move animation. Direction fix is on. Object chest. No move animation. Direction fix on. Alright, and then we receive our item through here. Anyways, what item should we receive? Chest should give more than one item. No, I'm using chest for every item in here. Give me a sec. I'm gonna pull out my TM list in case we need it. We do have a list of TMs we could put down in here. Treat these treasure chests like they're just normal item balls, y'all. They're just normal item balls. The chest is just a fun addition. Alright. For TMs, the options we have are Water Pulse, Hail, Bulk Up, Taunt, Ice Beam, Hyper Beam, Solar Beam, Iron Tail, Flamethrower, Frustration, Thunder, Blizzard, Dragon Pulse, Leaf Storm, Signal Beam, Helping Hand, Air Slash, and Curse. I feel like, just Water Pulse, right? Get it out of the way. That's if we want to do this chest to be a TM, but what do you guys think? Water Pulse might not be good enough. Water Pulse at this point in the game is crazy. That's so real. Ice Beam. I already gave out the Ice Beam TM. Oh, wait, no, I didn't. Ice Beam team's not given out. You know, Ice Beam's actually fair. It makes sense that we get that right about now. TM13 Ice Beam. Finally available in Pokemon Potassium. Alright. Now, what item should be up here? In this little other area that we made. What item should be up here? Any ideas? In the coral reef? Why not a combat item? I feel like we give out zincs and stuff like that pretty often. Oh, like that kind of combat item. Are there any coral items? Eviolite is not in our game. Eviolite does not exist in Pokemon Potassium. No such thing. No, it's okay. It's okay. What are some combat items? Obviously, berries aren't going to be it. Those are all key items. I'm looking for, like, heavy duty. Yeah, heavy duty boots. Utility umbrella, eject a button. The fuck? Safety goggles. Rocky helmet. Float stone. Float stone seems so fucking pointless. I don't know how I feel about the float stone. That just seems so pointless. Fuck it. You know what? Not here, but let's give out the float stone right here. Because just why not? It looks like a place a float stone would be. I don't know if we've given out a damp rock yet. That might be helpful. Well, the float stone's in the chest. You know what? We could do star pieces and pearl strings. Okay, a pearl string's crazy, though. Sells for 10K. A star piece up here is pretty dope. That's nice and expensive. You can also grind it into stardust, too. When you pick up the stone, you're forced into the surface. Apricorns. I don't know how I feel about giving out apricorns. Evolution stones. Water stones, right? I feel like those are also fair to give out. I don't know about here, though. What Pokemon do we have? We have a few that evolve with the water stone, don't we? You can never give out too many of those because you can't sell them. That wants to trade the float stone for something, maybe a TM. Yeah, that is true. An NPC that wants the float stone. They're quite interested in float stones. I don't know who the fuck would be, but shit, they are. TM for the move float. It's so funny. I think a star piece in here is cool. It's useful. You can grind it into stardust through an NPC we haven't made yet. TM for the move splash. Alright. I feel like it'd be worth it to add, you know, little items that are different. Alright. An item right here. What should this chest have in it? I don't want to give out max repels yet, because we're just introduced to the dive area. Revive. Not bad. Fuck it. We'll make a little care package. Revive plus a hyper potion. And a full heal. Quite the chest. Quite the load here. A nugget. You know what? We do need an item down here. Alright. Right here, how about we'll do the nugget. I don't know. I feel like the nugget should be saved for like For like the sunken ship and stuff. Escape rope. But like this one, I'll do like 3 pearls. Because why the fuck not? Actually, I'll do a pearl. I'll do 1 pearl and 1 mystic water. Because now we have a use for mystic waters. So we got to give those out. A fake Eviolite, when equipped, it lowers defense instead. Just fake Eviolite. That's pretty funny. Okay, I need a chest in this area. I'm gonna put it in the grass. What should be in this chest? Gonna have to clock into work soon, but this looks great. I'm glad you think so, Shady Cleric, and thanks for popping in, dude. Really appreciate it. A mon that's hiding inside the chest. A static encounter. Nah, I'm not gonna do all that. Give out some items. I don't know what to put in here, though. The Mimic. Oh, I'm thinking. Maybe like... Maybe a Stardust? I don't know. Actually, fuck it. Big Pearl. Sure. Big Pearl. Actually, we could do the Max Repel here. Now that I'm really thinking about it. Max Repel here makes sense. Max Repel. Okie doke. Well, I think that's good for items. Also, you guys had the underwater cave idea. Since this is like the beginning of the coral reef, I feel like this should just be general coral stuff. No reason to do anything crazy here. Okay. As for diving up here, though, diving up right here is kind of an exclusive area to get to. Like, it's kind of difficult to get there. We could make an exclusive area right here and then put something. Do you guys have any ideas, though? Maybe a little island with a trainer battle and an item. Maybe a PP up. Let us out the rock so we can explore the map like an open world. No. There's nothing up here anyways. Reggie Quest 2. Okay, that's pretty funny. Let me go to my golf routes. Instead of the fucking binarium cosine, I can do our shallow shore. Sea shallow. There we go. Wait, I think that's better though. Fuck, I don't know which one to do. I don't know which one I normally do. Hold on, let me check. And current routes. Okay, I do that one. Yep, that's the right one. Okay. Shallow water island with maybe a double trainer battle. Could be pretty cool. Double trainer battle, y'all. Oh shit. I could just do layer 1 for this. Making it more complicated. Give me my jungle rocks. Peak. Push that out too. Bam, bam. 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 Peak. Icebergs. A place to fly up and we get into flying Dutchmanship, but he's not there. Fly up into Slop ship that doesn't exist because he got captured. Yeah, Slop don't even exist. He's gone. Bro's out of here. Okay, no, those don't work as well as I thought they would. Or yes, they kind of do. I actually don't know. I'm kind of lost on that. I'm just going to not do it. Because it's just easier that way. Alright. Fly up into a whale lord. I don't know how I'm going to do the fly up feature. Like, I don't know what's going to cause us to... What's going to let us know that we can fly up. Anyways, we've been led to something on the surface map through this. Okay. Next up. If you guys want, we can have some more gameplay right here. Or it can just be travel, general stuff, general travel. But yeah. We go into deep kelp forest about right here. And then this is coral. And then we need our sunken ship somewhere. Hi, KJ. We need our sunken ship somewhere down here. Right now, it's right here. But we have all this space to work with. We could always go for something right over here. But I don't know. A part of me feels like the sunken ship being slightly out of the way down over here. All right. What do you guys think? I'll ask you guys. Do you guys want the sunken ship to be right over here, in the middle, or on the left? What do you guys think? Left? I got 2 lefts and 1 middle. So we'll probably do the left. Like right here. Hot damn. That's not what we want. Like a sunken ship right here. That's very out of the way. Like, we would have to travel here. But I'm not opposed. Like, I don't hate that idea. Can we enter it to see inside of it? Yes. I don't know if I can commit to that, though. I don't know if I can commit to that. But for now, yes. All right. Static anchor eel? That's supposed to be like deep, deep sea, my friend. That's supposed to be like the trench, not the kelp forest. So we have to go down this way. I mean, yeah, then just put it in the trench. Yeah. Well, who said we can't have multiple ships? We can have multiple ships. Well, no, the anchor eel would be in a normal ship, like this. This would be down in the trench. This one. That's trench material. This is like casual kelp forest, I think. Which mons are in the kelp forest? Algalon, Kelpter, Skrelp, Dragalge, the huge. The good old huge. Okay, but we do need gameplay to get here. Also, we have to make a blackout area. An area that which we can't go further. Okay. I'm gonna make the area that which we can't go further. And it's actually gonna get pretty close to the sunken ship. Just to really give off that vibe. That, like, this ship is really nice and close to the edge of what is even possible. And then we have all this space to work with. I'm probably going to squeeze it up a little bit. Okay. Barrier. Are you guys cool with this barrier or no? Some sailors probably do think it's a legendary, yeah. Are you guys okay with this barrier? Works for me. Fuck yeah. I do kind of want to fuck around a little. And make like a trench that we can't go in. Because it's surrounded by like the it's surrounded by like a wall. Even if the wall's thin. Little hole right here. This map is insane. Truly is. This part of the song always gives me chills. I love it. My guitar is awesome. I killed it. Killed this shit real good. Imagine certain trenches are too deep. If you fall in, you just black out. Real as fuck. Absolute titties. Okay. What should be over here? I don't even know what should be over here. I guess just more coral and kelp, but it's going to transition back into like normal sea. I know this is like a transition between kelp and coral too. Some whirlpools. Oh, I can't do the underwater whirlpools. We have so much room to do awesome gameplay ideas, though. But whirlpools, I don't think whirlpools is one of them. You know, we could add like a little shiny hunting area. We already have one of those. We've been doing those. So we could do something, but for the sea. One of our like static shiny hunting encounters. I just don't know where it would be. Like an area where you can shiny hunt Pokemon. I just don't know. I don't know what Pokemon it'd be and where it would be located. Mons hide in chests. I actually think that's valid. The chests are probably like the best way to do it. Like, have an area with a bunch of chests and static encounters in those chests, and that can be our shiny hunting method. I think that's fair. I would like that. Where should that be, though? This is a good amount of empty space right here to put it. There's a lot of empty space right here. Just in this little area off the cliff edge. We could put it right here. I'm going to go ahead and mark this. Just like chests. Shiny chests. I'd like them to be on this little cliff right here. Also, the kelp forest kind of ends around right here. So we have all this open space that doesn't have anything right now other than just general ocean. So we'd have to come up with a way to make this area a bit more interesting. And to be fair, it's pretty close to this. I could probably squeeze it up a little bit with some cliffs. Shouldn't be too big of a deal. Yeah, just add rocks, squeeze it up a little bit. All right. Let's make some deep-ass drop-offs. Next level. Tasty. My sketchbook was like right here. I'm dumb. Wait, what are you talking about, Fancy Rallet? I don't know what you mean. Let us have a shop like Kecleon's If we pick any of the items, we're labeled as a thief. I mentioned that earlier in stream when I was showing you guys the hazard, the hazard in the deep zone, which you shouldn't do, by the way. It's just stupid. Dumb idea. Don't do the deep zone hazards, y'all. I hate how this song just cuts out for that long. When it comes back, it's fine. It's still pretty quiet, though. Alright, this drop-off sends you to the fucking deep zone, which is why the player's not able to go through it. We'll have an actual deep zone the player can go through, though. Do not fret, do not worry. That zone will exist. Just not here. Because we're going to need to do this cutoff for basically every cutoff in the entire map. Oh, wait. Do that again. Nice. Maybe the empty spot could also have a large anchor and nothing else to it. A cool set piece. Yeah, no, the player's this big. The player's as big as my square. If the player's standing on this tile right here, with their screen size, they cannot see the pirate ship. On the tile, I'm like over. Yeah, calling this a route is kind of... I wouldn't really call this a route. This is more like a... I'd love to see this entire stream. Yeah, Fancy, look, we made the coral castle. Not decorated, but we made it. No indoors for it, but... Yeah, but like way better than the wild area. Not gonna lie. Not to toot my own horn or anything, but it's way better than the wild area in Galar. I'm not tooting my own horn. I'm tooting y'all's horns. I'm just good at mapping. I'm good at making everything come together and be just absolutely fucking sick. I'm real good at that. But I do gotta make this cliff overhang kind of importante. Oh yeah, you know what? That goes there. Wait, what the? Hold on. Bucking up something. That's what it is. That goes here, here, there, there. Got it. Bam. Switch over to this. Boom, 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 boom. Bring it all the way up. And then we're gonna go back down. Awesome. Because he's the zone. I've left and come back like twice and you're still going. Hell yeah. Of course I am. This is fun. I've been wanting to make this area for as long as I can remember. Quite literally a dream come true for me. Actually being able to work on this with you guys. Nope. There it is. So now we're gonna go all the way down. One more time. And then back up. And then final last step. Sweet. Switch it to the next track. Lord Lemon ASMR. Pokemon is one of the few games where it's fun to go underwater. It's because they never do it. I really wish they did it more. That's why I was really excited to make this. Okay. Now, the pieces are coming together. This side. Bottom. Oh, shit. Messed that up. Cool. Next layer. Oh, shit. I'm not doing that. This area is gigantic. Oh, how is the player in the Pokemon not crushed by the pressure and the weight of the entire ocean? Don't ask me. Change the water levels by either draining it or raising it. That sounds like too much. That sounds like far too much. Hate to be that guy, but we're doing a lot. And since the castle itself already exists, we should focus on coming up with cool things for all the areas that currently are empty. Because the castle in and of itself is cool right now. There's no problem with the castle. The castle is pretty darn dope. So putting a priority on our areas that doesn't have anything is definitely the most important call, or the higher priority. Anyways, I'm almost done with this. Quite the good news. Only have like one more to do. Which is the lowest of the low. Spooky. Fucking finally, Jesus. There we go. We have our drop off. Hot damn. The edge of the ocean. Don't go down here. This map itself is still only as big as one of our Kenton maps. Or one of our bigger ones, at least. In fact, smaller than. Is that a huge-ass cliff? Yes. It's quite large. Well, yeah, I'm not arguing. There's definitely more here than there, yeah. 1000% there is more here. Okay. Okay. General gameplay. Kind of difficult with route design. But importantly, we have this hole right here. We have this ship, which we can probably just go down cliffs to get to. But I think, like, when it comes to just straight up open areas that we don't currently have any idea what we're going to do with it. This area right here, which is this. Not quite the shiny chest area, but just this. What is it going to be? Imagine building all of this in Minecraft. Oh, yeah. That'd be fucked. You would have to do it tile by tile. Even then, that'd still be fucked. Because outside of that, we have, like, what? We have general gameplay in most of these areas. For this area right here, wouldn't it be hard to do, like, a ledge here and then a ledge there? To where you have to go through this way and take a loop around to get to the other side. That wouldn't be that difficult. Doing something like that. Level design. I do understand that it's kind of hard to come up with level design. Building CMG would be so cool, but my PC can't handle mods. That is real. Miles can never help us with our Minecraft stuff. The Minecraft endeavors we may take. Can't help. Can't do shit. Mods get his breathing rate. Okay. Nobody has any more level design ideas when it comes to this area, down here, this hole. Anybody have level design ideas? Anything? Long, tall kelp that hides the entrance to a cave. There we go. That's a level idea. But why are you guys only coming up with stuff that does not take up room, though? You guys are only coming up with things that, like, just straight up are on a different map. We have all this empty space. I can fill it all. I just want to involve you guys. I could easily fill all this with good gameplay. Good level design. But I do like that idea, Miles. I do like that idea. Miles cooking. I don't know, filler. no idea. Damn, midnight? That's crazy. Midnight's wild, dude. Dust away the sand at the bottom. Yeah, watching me at 2 a.m. is crazy. You guys are suggesting more things that are off the map. So, I like Miles' thing, the kelp blocking the seaweed. And that can help because underwater whirlpool maze, navigated correctly to pass. Automatic movement, a wrong move will return the player back to the start. Would allow for items and rewards too. We kind of already have that. I like where you're going with that, Irisy. I can't really do whirlpool. That's like... But I do have that. We did something very similar with these like vent things. And the vent things and the fans. But I like where your mind's at. I like where your mind's at. It's just a shame we already did it. But it's basically like a whirlpool. It's very similar to like the very similar concept. Just not the whirlpool itself, because I can't really do a whirlpool. So did it in a bit of a different way. To where it's these vents and the fans. Late to the party then? Nah, you're good, man. Yeah, this is the right way. And then you do that. And then you can come down here. But more importantly, I haven't actually tested this out yet, so I'd like to do this. It sends us down here. Let's go deeper. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Open a treasure chest. Fuck it. Ice beam. We're not supposed to be able to get back up. I haven't quite done that yet. I really like the kelp forest, like maze thingy. Thingy-majig. Anything else, Irisy? I really like where your head's at. I really like where your head's at. Like, level design aspects like that. Think, like, ledges, bridge stuff. I don't know. Bridge things would kind of take away from, like, the, oh, we're underwater. Because, technically, you could just swim up. So, kind of takes away from that aspect. So, I don't want to do stuff like that too much. Where it's like the elevation aspect of it. The issue lies with what would thematically fit and doesn't already exist. Viper only suggests things that literally just fucking ruin my life. Every single thing he suggests is something I would have to spend like 2 hours just designing the assets for. Everything is custom asset. I do a lot of custom assets. I did this whole entire tile set. And all of these. But he's like, giant skeletons that you have to be really in-depth in spriting the tile set for. A giant anchor. Big coral tubes that you walk through. Which I like, really like. A devil fruit. If you eat it, you get stuck. I really like the cave, though. I like the cave idea. Big things are awesome. Not sure what you're talking about. No. Viper, the issue lies with... I don't want to make like 100 custom assets. I already made 100 custom assets, so I don't want to make 200. One time I made a whole windmill. Let me find that windmill. You know how long this took? This windmill right here? Like 3 hours. With it like all animated and everything. That's like a whole stream. Anyways, I already know I'm going to be spending like a lot of time doing the maps and stuff for this. Moxie, that doesn't exist. I know basically of every sprites that exists on DeviantArt. I know like everything. I have a whole entire repository of sprites that I am borrowing from deviant artists that are letting their sprites be used publicly. All in this folder right here. Tile sets. All of these are things that we can borrow. And I have a mental note for what is made and what isn't. And sometimes when people give me an idea and I'm like, yo, I have that. Like, wait, I can actually, like, this is actually, then I'll be able to do it. Also, all of ECAT's tiles too. Instead of suffering and spriting, make a 3D platformer. So real. Underwater golfing? That's so funny. Can you provide a bit of context about the Coral Castle? Is it abandoned, guarded? How old is it supposed to be? It's an eel's den. It's not a real castle. It's just an eel's den. And that's all up here. Ah, nose itches. Damn it. But yeah, it's an eel's den like this. Elixir came up with it, so we decided to go with it. We did that earlier in this stream. It'll be a lot easier once we go to deeper areas, but since we just have like all of this here, like, guys, I feel like you're thinking too complicated. You guys are like, either, I don't know, or add some crazy amazing landmark. It's really simple to just be like, oh, do some ledge, like do some like some ledge things. Maybe do like Fancy Rabbit, I don't see every chat. I'm just saying something, my guy. I'm not calling you guys wrong or anything. I think all your ideas are great. We have to limit ourselves a little bit, right? But yeah, I don't see every message. It's okay. You can just resend it if I don't see it. But like, I know like a coral forest, right? I know that like this area is going to be like lots of coral. There's lots of coral and stuff going on. But more on the level design side of things. Like the level design. Like for example, any one of y'all can point out, hey, I think that top right area right over here, I think that should be something that you can only get to from the top. So everything below it should be blocked off. Or maybe there'd be a ledge here. Or maybe there should be like kind of a big cliff somewhere. Maybe a big cliff that you walk upstairs up, you know, to different levels of that cliff. And maybe there can be something at the top of that cliff. General level design stuff. You, like, I think being creative is being able to take like what you have and make something that's like super creative out of it, like gameplay wise, rather than gimmicks and big giant obvious landmarks and stuff like that. But one thing that like helps me with Potassium is like gameplay and stuff. For example, back when we made Route 17, y'all said you want the gameplay to be like a bunch of bridges going over this water, and you can either take the bridge route or the water routes. And that's like really cool level design. Really, really cool level design. But then other times, like when we did the Mystical Forest, y'all had the idea, let's have the disappearing mushrooms and stuff like that. Cool gameplay idea. And then, but if I go like to something a little more, I guess, let me find a good example. This one's actually a great example. Y'all wanted a road. Y'all wanted a park. Y'all wanted giant redwood trees. And someone suggested a camp in a river. This is one of the worst routes to go through in our game. It is the least fun route to go through in our game because we focused way more on landmarks than actual level design. The only real interesting part about this route is this one. It is like this right here. It's going up these waterfalls and having these areas up here. But these are all like very linear paths, right? No, it being underwater has nothing to do with it. Fancy Rowlet, you're, like I said, you're not thinking level design. Like level design. This is a whole entire underwater route, sure, but let's just make it above water. This is just, let's make it above water. Nothing changes. Nothing changes because this whole entire coral castle could be a rock castle. All of this area, these could be replaced with tall trees. All of these can be replaced with normal cliffs. It doesn't matter whether it's underwater or not. The level design doesn't change whether it's underwater or not. And you don't need to incorporate, you know, the bubbles or the algae or the kelp into it. Or the fact that it's underwater into it. I just want to give a quick example. Level design, that the idea that I was just coming up with before. We could do this both in a non-linear route, and we could also do this in a linear, we could do this in a non-water route and also in a water route. But one thing that we've never done before is just something like this. Is it weird? Sure. Is it interesting though? Yes. It's very interesting. To have like this weird cliff structure and we travel just up some stairs to get to the tippy top and maybe there can be an item or something up there. Like, that's what I mean when it comes to like... That's kind of what I mean, is that level design doesn't just mean that you guys are like, oh, caves, oh, cliff, or like caves, and add castles, or add brand new tile sets for something that exists here, add events. Level design is the actual traverse. So as we go through and make these, you guys could suggest, like I was saying before, hey, I think this area should be blocked off. Hey, I think this area, you should add some, like, weird mountains here. Like, get creative with the level design itself and direct me there. We used to be really good at this early in CMG. Really good at this. Like back when we used to make like Route 1 and shit. Or honestly, Route 4 is a good example. We started right here and people were like, I think we should start off with a patch of grass. Put a patch of grass here. I think we should have the middle area be thin paths with cut trees. So we did that. And then they were like, we should have an open area where jump scare appears. Cool, we did that. Then someone suggested, let's make a hill that you climb up. So we made a hill that you climb up. And then when making this path that leads to the next route, someone suggested, hey, we should have another path that also leads to that route through the cut tree section. But yeah, just general things like that, you know? It's interesting to see how that route came into being. There is a lot of that. There is a lot of that. Like little suggestions that turn into other things that turn into bigger things, you know? Cool stuff like that. Maybe because this level is so big, it's frying our brains. That is fair. That is actually totally fair. But yeah. That's basically all. Huge underwater area is much different than a linear grass route. But view it this way. What I've been doing is not open world. You would be surprised how linear this route is. We have this section right here. If we go through down this, it is a linear path all the way over here. And then we have a branch right here, which is also a linear path all the way to the end of this path. Obviously, this goes this way. And then we have this, which is a linear path here. But in general, what we do know is we go this way, we leave right here. We go this way, we leave down here. Both basically the same idea. But we have these big open areas, but what we can do is we can split them into linear sections, if that makes any sense. Like, for example, we're right here, right? Where do we need to go? Well, we need to go down here. We know that. We know that we need to go down here. So let's use that to our advantage because we know we need to go down here and dive up right here. Let's use that to our advantage. And from there, we can be like, okay, well, in that case, it wouldn't make sense if we could go around. Let's block off this area, make this the eel castle its own thing, and then add some level design down here. Now we have a linear path. Now we know the path is down here, and we can have branches throughout it too. Have little branches that go out and do their own little things. But in general, that general idea. Nope. Big coral forest. I see. On the left, do the kelp forest, which hides in a cave in a rock formation on the right. We must go below with Potassium to cut kelp and get up into the coral castle. Oh, okay. Everything I think of has been done. That's okay. That's okay. Guys, I'm going to walk you through this. We are right here. We just got down here. What is right here? Level design. Level design. Cliffs. Cliffs. Even just something, be simple. Simple. Simplicity is key. Any one of you guys have the opportunity right now to say, let's make it 2 different paths that you can go through. Cool. 2 different paths we can go through. Hell yeah. I have a dumb idea. I don't know if anyone said something similar, but you could place a random NPC that says he got lost. Yo, Res Free, thanks for popping in, dude. But no, I came up with that idea. We're not going to do 2 paths. We're not going to do 2 paths. I came up with that idea. Love the random lost NPC. Down here, well, we can't hear NPCs. They say blub blub. You can't hear anybody underwater. So they can't really say that they're lost. They would just say blub blub. Okay, there you go. Look at that, Miles. Fuck yeah. A path with a shortcut if you have cut. So a much longer path or a shorter path if you have cut. Hell yeah. General idea. General, just this is the opportunity to be creative, but I think you guys are thinking way too outside of the box. When in the box, we have all that we need. We have cliffs, we have grass, we have cut trees, we have rock smash, we have strength boulders, we have trees, we have underwater coral trees, we have giant bits of kelp. General gameplay aspects. An underwater cave passage that allows you to skip a small area. That too. That too. Look at that. Underwater cave passage allows you to skip a small area. Okay. So, Miles gave the idea. Whoa, why did it just go to 2 people watching? Miles said, there's 2 paths. One path is a lot quicker if you have cut on your party. Make the shortcut be not passable backwards. Meaning if you want to go back, you have to take the long way. Bingo! Absolute. That's a bingo right there. Hell yeah. See, y'all are cooking now. Y'all are cooking now. Okay. Let's go ahead and give an idea of our general path. All right, we know we're on level 2. We'll just use normal, these kind of trees for now, just to kind of help us. All right, so we have 2 paths. One is a lot quicker, so the quick one is probably going to be right here because it's closer. So it makes sense that this path would be the quicker one. And we need an HM to get through it. And also, it's a one-way, which means we can have a fan help us out with it. So, let's go ahead and, grab our fans. Sorry, I had a little brain fart there. Grab our fan. So now we know we take this route. It'll take us all the way to the edge. And it's a lot quicker. So we can even have multiple fans. So we can take both of the fans to get us through it a lot quicker. And we also know that it's a one-way. And there's going to be some sort of cut item right here. Excuse me. What HM do you guys want to do? Random patch of tall kelp. Let's do it. Let's do it. General gameplay. You guys are cooking. You guys are cooking. Random patch of tall kelp. Let's add it. Right here. Not a bad spot to add it. We'll make them fairly tall. Hell yeah. Random patch of tall kelp exists. Not in the kelp forest, but it exists. So what HM? The only one I see is cut. We're doing level design jams. Level design. The only one I see is cut, so we're going to do cut. Let me find a cut tree. It's going to look like a normal tree for now because I don't have a better tile for it. Anyways, we can cut that tree down. Or I guess it'll be like a coral. Something actually cuttable. It's currently not, but it will be. That's all that matters. There we go. Something cuttable. That'll lead us into this path right here, which is a one-way. Okay. Let me think. Let me think. All right, here's what I'm going to do. One, two, three, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Cool. This is perfect. Right there. Let me go to not passable. And then this cliff can now be a part of the actual level. And we'll focus on that later. But now that exists. Boop. 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 Focus on this layer. Later, that's the right word. Okay, here we go, here we go. Now we have our general. So now let me make this, let me go ahead and finish off this path. For now, I'm going to use rocks. But it'll be easier to decorate later on. But here we go. One-way quick path now exists. Boom. General. Nothing crazy. Okay. Now let's focus on the main path. I don't think anyone gets the fact we can't just make it a random move like HMs require badges. You can't hear us. He has his headphones in. Sorry, I'm not paying attention right now. What are you guys talking about? Strength puzzle that uses the fans like the boulders go on to switches to open a path of sorts. Yes, we had that idea. That's going to be great. That's going to be great. The long path having the kelp hiding the entrance of the cave on a rocky formation. Okay, I agree to an extent, actually. I agree to an extent, Miles. The kelp forests is right here in this area. And the end's about right here. Actually, let me double check. No, it ends like right here. And kind of goes up, and it kind of goes up and ends about like right here. How about a place where you really need to use cut a lot? Well, that could theoretically work for the shipwreck. Could theoretically work over there. We're not doing that right now, though. We need our main path. I was going to extend it on the right to reach below the mountain there. This? That's not a mountain. That's the oil reservoir, or the oil thing. Okay. Now our main path. What do y'all want to see out of the main path? This is like making an open world game all for one route. Fuck yeah. So we have our one path that's quick if you have cut. Now we have our main path. What do y'all want to see out of it? The fan puzzle? I'm going to veto that. The fan puzzle in a main path that you have to take sounds like a load of bullshit. Small patch of kelp. Alright, yeah, we'll start it off with the small patch of kelp. Or I guess, grass. Small patch of grass to start us off. Or I guess seagrass. Extend it over a little bit. What else? Bubble fan that activates and deactivates every few seconds and pushes us into geysers. Oh, I can't do geysers anymore because we're not on the surface. We're on layer 2 now instead of layer 1. That's a really good one though, Miles. That's a really good one. That's unique. But like I said, we do not have to be unique. We do not have to be unique at all, guys. Literally something as simple as, oh, make another split path. One leads to an item, one doesn't. That's an option. Make a burger. Dive trainers. Untraversable pits. Oh. Got it. Untraversable pits. Let's do it. Untraversable pits. Maybe the player goes around these pits. And inside the pits, they're decorated with some coral. Cooking. Cooking. Really good suggestion. Here. Yeah, I had the wrong color. All right, and since it was pits with an S, let's add one more. We'll do this one like right here. Then it'll go back up. Bink, bink. Oh, that wouldn't be it. Just like that. All right, untraversable pits that you have to... What the fuck happened up here? Untraversable pits that you have to walk around. Done. Hey. If we equip Iron Ball to our Surfmon, we fall inside the pit. No. I was gonna suggest an overworld Sharpedo or something that patrols the area. I don't have an overworld Sharpedo sprite. Y'all, we're going to be limited if the spiders are with the current... Well, actually, no. Our spiders are doing really good now. But, like, as of lately, I don't have overworld sprites for every Pokemon. So I'm not able to do stuff like that. Like the use. Okay, guys. So we have these pits that we can't go through. What else? If you guys take a look here, you'll notice there's 2 paths here. Should we block off one of them? Should one of them be accessible? You could suggest from Pokemon Follower EX, unless you don't want to do that. We have all of our overworlds in Gen 3 style, and Pokemon Followers EX is in Gen 4 style. We do have a lot of Pokemon overworlds, but just not Sharpedo. Hold on. Where is Sharpedo at? Or, sorry, not Sharpedo. Where is our overworlds? Right here, right here, right here. We have a good amount of them, just not enough. Burpite, we have our starters, some of the early route mons. There's Squabit, Paris, Wooper, and the Deerlings. But that's only really in terms of, like, Game Freak. Chimecho we also have. Does Rowlet need to be paid 400 nanas? One path should be a debt. I don't know. One of the paths should be a dead end, but have a reward or a unique encounter. Other should be the one that continues. All right, let's run it. Let's run it. One can be a dead end. We'll do this one. We'll do this one. We don't really have any, like, unique encounters, but we can do this one. And we can have an item here. What if we, like, go grab our treasure chest? What item should it be? It's pretty simple to get to. It's just a little dead end. But what item do you guys want to be in this treasure chest? Maybe like an elixir. I feel like an elixir. Give out some PP items. PP Max. Hot damn, a PP Max. Homeboy, that is a valuable ass item to just leave right here. I'm all for having a PP Max be available somewhere. I'm all for that. Yeah, we also have the PP maxed out redeemed too. Maybe just a PP up. How about that? PP up.
He doesn't care. His PP's maxed out too.
His PP's maxed out too, bro. What are you talking about? PP Max right after Ice Beam is definitely a call to use it. Yeah, it's actually valid. We did just get Ice Beam. Alright. We go down to this main path. Do you guys want it to open up here? Anything that you want specifically right here? Maybe it gets mountainy. Maybe there's cliffs. Maybe maybe there's like a small mountain. Or it just goes down deeper. Cliffs. A rival battle here would be hilarious. That would be pretty funny. I can't think of a rival battle that would be here, though. We just fought Amaya. Just fought Thomas. And those were like setup battles for our final battles with them. So it's hard to just introduce a side battle. I can't really think of like a side battle to introduce. Okay. It seems like y'all are on about cliffs. So sure, we'll do some cliffs. How about I'll add on to the cliffs? How about the cliffs will actually separate the kelp biome from the forest? Or the kelp biome from the coral biome. There we go. Cliffs. Done. Put that there, that there, that there. Maybe this right here. All right, and then we make the cliffs very tall. Or I guess the cliff. Now we make the cliff nice and tall. Tall boy. Okay. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Obviously that. And then that right there. Okay. Let's go even bigger now, because the kelp is pretty tall, so if we want it to cover the kelp, we want something that can successfully cover the kelp. And then... oh, no, it's still going to be taller. We gotta... also gotta put this here. Bingo. Alright, and then... here we go. All right, add that edge. This edge. And then finish it off with a one final. Okay. Low cliff, kelp on the other side of the cliff. Pushes the player in this way to where they can dive up right here. And boom. Dope ass level design right there. Just in that little area. A dive area, but we couldn't from up above. But we couldn't see from up above. is actually us diving inside Bay Shark's mouth. Oh yeah, and then we play a game of Inside Bay Shark. Mario and Luigi inside Bay Shark. What if you just found jump scare hiding behind coral and he gave you a gadget so you can hear people talking underwater? It's not the worst idea, but why is jump scare gonna be here? He's known to, his character's known to not like going out. Maybe some character could do that. I don't know about jump scare though, but having a character do that would actually be sick. I'm a huge fan of this level design we just came up with. Even though it's simple, it's still cool. It's cool as frick. All right. As for grass, or I guess seagrass, let's add some behind the items so the player's naturally not going to want to do that as much. And then add some right here as well. Boom. Okay, and then we know this is going to be a kelp forest. We have the kelp all right here. Miles did have the idea of a cave that you go in behind some kelp. I don't know where we'd put that. I feel like that'd be something that would lead you over into the pirate ship. The sunken pirate ship. It's not a mountain. It's kind of a mountain. There's just a bunch of oil being drilled here. Let's save the kelp idea for now. I feel like down here would make a lot of sense. Alright, next up. The player's at this path right here. We have two different ways we can go. We can go left to the pirate ship, or we can go right to progress. We're also in the kelp forest. That's probably an important note. We are in the kelp forest. Level design. Right here. This is where we're at. This is where we need to go. Add the device. Yeah, I think the device is definitely a good idea. I don't know where or how we would add that. Have us move through the kelp forest using cut. That's great. A great idea. Not here. This is all the kelp forest right over here. We just need a level design for right here. Bada boom to bada boom. Keep in mind, you guys can just straight up say, hey, I think this should just be a straight path. I feel like this should just be a pretty straight path. Maybe a trainer battle. If you guys think it would be too much to add any more than that. This is Chat Makes a Fan Game. Just a curvy path? Sure. Curvy path it'll be. Fuck trainers, we're in the middle of the sea alone and scared. That's valid. Valid. me double check this. Alright, this is just gonna go off the edge. Which means it's just gonna turn into another layer of this. Okay. Have the left path only be a 1 tile wide path to ultimately leave to the ship. Dropping off is possible, but will require going back to the start. Some drop off will have items or so waiting. Wait, I don't know what you mean by drop off. Irisy. I like where you're coming from, but I don't know what you mean by drop off. What drop off is there? Do you mean like ledges? Hiker hiking in the cliffs, bro. Alright. Let's go down here. You can navigate down the path, but not go up again, a ledge of sorts. Oh, okay. So how would you get back up then? Well, real quick. Do you guys think that the area that leads to the ship should be behind that kelp cave that Miles was talking about? Or that Miles had the idea for? Or do you guys think it should be something you can walk through? Are you still live? Yes. I don't know how long we've been live, though. Why not, actually? Okay, let's do it. Where should that cave be, though? Probably this part, right? Cave entrance. Oh, that's fucked. That's mean. That is mean. I can barely see that. That's mean as fuck. Yeah, I like the stream. The kelp cave would be nice. Could combine with the 1 tile path, which leads to the kelp cave, which then leads to the ship. So like a... I still don't understand the 1 tile path. Would you mean something like this? I don't know. I don't have a lot of room here for like a 1 tile path. In front of the tree, the ship should be a lot of cut. I agree. I agree for sure. Also, yeah, we were just talking about the cut. Having like cut paths. Leading up to this is a great place for them. Lots of our cut trees here. I don't really have like the one tile wide thing going on. Oh shit, what am I doing? I need the top to this one. Boom. I don't really have the one tile wide thing going on. But I did my best to make it like as close quarters as I could. Think of it like traveling across a mountain cliff. Ever seen a movie where they have to go slowly step by step with back to the wall? Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. I mean, yeah, that's possible. So it's just something like this. Hold on. You mean something like that? I can't make it to where there's a drop off of any sort, but I do like that. Overall. You know what? This could theoretically be like our windy path. That we said we could have actually lead to the next area. Boom. And then we get dropped off right here. Hop on there, get off here. And maybe there could just be like a sea of kelp behind it. Wait, hold on. I see a vision. I randomly obtained a vision of connecting this. It's quite the unusual shape. I love it. Some decoration to make the path simple but pretty to traverse. Hell yeah. Oh, I like you, Irisy. You need to make it to more streams. I really like you. I am a huge fan of your level design ideas, dude. Huge, huge fan over here. So let me put that back. Something we can fuck around with. Cool. Okay. Nice, dude. Look at us filling the gaps. We have all of this figured out, and we know what's going to be over here. And for all right here, that can be something I guess we figure out later. Glad to be of help. I'm glad you're here. How long have I been streaming for? Damn, have I really been streaming 5 hours? Hot damn. I guess I should hop off. I was like, I'm about to take a break, but no, I should probably hop off. Damn. 5 hours? I'm having so much fun with this, y'all. All right, just to recap on what we did today. We did the whole Coral Castle. The whole entire Coral Castle. We didn't do it on stream, but I'm showing off the kelp thing. But we did do this little fan puzzle thingy, along with diving into this cave and getting out on the other side to see a cliff. And we also did level design for this path leading downwards and this path leading this way. We figured out where the ship was going to be. We decided that we're going to go through a cave to get there. And yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of really good ideas that came to fruition today. Obviously, not everything's going to be able to come to fruition, but make it to next stream, and we might be at that point in development where we can. Tasty, my dialogue. The inventored. Huh? Hello, kiddo. How's it going? You look surprised. Is it because I'm not saying bloop bloop? Yeah, I made a cool device that lets you understand people underwater. Here, take it. Oh, from Jump Scare? Jump Scare doesn't make devices. That'd be something James Steele does. Your description says you stream on Sundays. Is that still up to date? No. No, unfortunately not. I stream way more often than I did then. Now I stream, and I do not stream for 8 hours. I stream for like 3 to 5 hours, or I guess 2 to 5 hours. Kind of just sporadically throughout the week, but almost a guaranteed on Fridays and Saturdays, some Sundays. And then I'd say like 1 or 2 more streams sprinkled in from Monday to Thursday. Like maybe I'll do one on Tuesday, or maybe I'll do one on Wednesday. Kind of that vibe. But yeah, no, I do not have a consistent stream schedule, but I am consistently streaming pretty often. Irisy, are you in the Discord, out of curiosity? In the Discord, I am constantly putting stuff out. Also, just, you know, letting people know when I'm streaming, when I'm going live, whatever it may be. Stuff like that. I am not, but I'll hop on. You definitely should. That's like where a lot of Chat Makes a Fan Game is located, Irisy. Also, Irisy, if you're interested, I'm sure you already know this, but you can also submit like Fakemon and stuff like that too. You can submit Fakemon characters. There's a lot that you can do. We do a lot around here. There's a lot of fun stuff that we do when it comes to Chat Makes a Pokemon Fan Game. But hell yeah. Give me just a second, guys. Okie dokie. I have my hands full making my own fan game. Your stream is really great to watch and interact during that. Dude, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. We're having a lot of fun. We've been developing it for a very long time. But yeah, I hope to see you around more often. Feel free to take any ideas we come up with, you know. Anyways, y'all, I will see y'all in the next stream. Thanks for tuning in today. If I missed any messages today, I'm sorry. We lock in during our Chat Makes the Fan Game streams, y'all. We lock in. Anyways, hashtag Tasty Raid. Participate if you can. It'd be much appreciated. Bye, Safia. Bye, Viper. Bye, Irisy. Bye, CT. Bye, JK. Bye, Fancy Relics. I'll see y'all in the next one. Peace out.